Chapter 30, 352. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters were getting more and more terrifying. This kind of astral wind was blowing on one's body. One's skin and flesh would be blown away in an instant. Yi Shiwen's protective divine radiance was also constantly swaying in this astral wind. It seemed as if it would be completely annihilated in the next moment. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen could only raise the martial power of his entire body and begin to resist. Even Yi Shiwen didn't dare to underestimate this endless astral wind. Otherwise, he might die tragically here. However, this was only the beginning of the wind disaster. Following that, heavenly flames rained down from the sky. All kinds of heavenly flames rained down and connected with the wind disaster. Along with the astral winds, the heavenly flames blew into the bones of the people, almost completely roasting them. This was something that couldn't be avoided. It directly blew into one's body. This was a test of one's body. If one's body wasn't strong enough, then one's bones and flesh would be blown away, and one's spirit would be destroyed. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. These flames could ignite almost anything. Even his body, which had already reached the Vajra realm, had been ignited. The flames were raging, and from afar, he looked like a man on fire, burning more and more vigorously in the sea of thunder. The bones of his entire body were burning crazily. Yi Shiwen wouldn't have felt anything if it was just like this. In fact, he could even use this as a means of tempering his body. He could use the 3 calamities to eliminate the few impurities in his body. Of course, these impurities were probably priceless treasures in the eyes of others. This was another stage where he would step into a more perfect state. However, this was just the beginning. The mighty lightning army had already appeared in the sky. Yi Shiwen had read about this kind of calamity many times before. He naturally understood that the lightning army was far more terrifying than the lightning fierce beast army. That was because the lightning fierce beast army often acted on instinct. No matter how terrifying their magical instincts were, they could only exert 100% of their power. This was the limit. However, martial arts were different. They could exert 200% or even 300% of their original power. This was the essence of martial arts. Because of this, the lightning army was much more terrifying than the lightning fierce beast army in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Not to mention that he was currently experiencing the 3 calamities and 9 disasters, and they had erupted at the same time. No way. It can't be. They actually burst out at the same time. Hiss! Even the heavens want him to die. Let him defy the heavens. I've only heard of them erupting one at a time. I've never heard of all kinds of tribulations erupting at the same time. Is this Empyrean's heavenly tribulation so terrifying? Of course, not all Empyrean tribulations are so terrifying. Only the one in front of us is so terrifying. Many of the imperial emperors watching from afar felt extremely horrified. This was simply an inconceivable miracle. These tribulations broke out at the same time, and it was simply a great disaster. It was as if the heavens didn't intend to play with him anymore, and wanted to completely annihilate him in one go. However, what they didn't know was that the difficulties that Yi Shiwen faced during the heavenly tribulation weren't just a little bit. At the same time, many illusions appeared in front of him. Many of the memories that Yi Shiwen had suppressed at the bottom of his heart suddenly rushed into his mind. There were memories of his previous life on Earth. There were also memories of his time in the true martial world. All of these memories could be mistaken for the real ones. Even Yi Shiwen himself found it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake ones. Inner demons. This was an inner demon. Yi Shiwen reacted all of a sudden. There was no other thing that could cause such an effect except for the heart devil. Logically speaking, Yi Shiwen had something like the great illuminating lamp that could completely restrain inner demons. Inner demons couldn't even be generated at all. Not to mention, he also had a heavenly treasure like the enlightening mind ancient tree. Even if there was an inner demon, it was impossible to affect him through the enlightening mind ancient tree. Not to mention that his cultivation had reached an unprecedented level. It could be said that his eyes were like torches. It was simply impossible for inner demons to confuse his mind. However, such a terrible thing still happened. Therefore, Yi Shiwen instantly understood that it was the heaven's way that had forcibly triggered the heavenly tribulation. He couldn't help but feel terrified. The heaven's way's means were indeed impressive. It could bypass many of his means and forcibly trigger inner demons in his heart. This itself was unimaginable. However, since it was clear that it was an inner demon, it was already useless. The so-called inner demons couldn't cause any actual impact. They could only confuse one's mind. When one's mind was clear, these inner demons couldn't affect him at all. The eye of heavenly punishment suddenly opened, and those inner demons screamed and turned into ashes in an instant. All those scenes from the past and present, from the past to the present, all turned into nothingness in an instant. At this moment, Yi Shiwen found that the heaven's retribution army had already rushed in front of him. Obviously, they had rushed in front of him when Yi Shiwen was confused by the inner demons just now. However, Yi Shiwen's movements were faster. He raised his hand and blasted out a punch. He directly blasted through a lightning figure that rushed in front of him. This lightning figure still wanted to forcibly recover, but Yi Shiwen completely sealed it with the word seal. Then he absorbed it and turned it into his own strength. The emperor who was watching the battle in the distance was originally very strange. Why didn't Yi Shiwen move at all? It was not until the heaven's retribution army finally rushed in front of Yi Shiwen that he finally reacted. All of them were also battle-hardened, although the horror of this heaven's retribution was far beyond their imagination. After all, there were still traces to follow. They immediately understood the reason. He had been struck by the inner demons. Many people only looked from afar and only felt a chill on their backs. In the heaven's retribution, the most terrifying thing was not the thunder retribution. On the contrary, it was the inner demons. The visible thunder retribution could be resisted, but the invisible inner demons were the most difficult to resist. If one was not careful, one might fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. Moreover, many of the facts that one originally thought were actually blinded by the inner demons. This point was deeply felt by all cultivators. Once one was struck by the inner demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen seemed to have finally awakened from the inner demons. This also disappointed many people who had the same thoughts. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen did not directly fall into the inner demons. However, Yi Shiwen, who had just awakened, was not much better. He directly fell into the most tragic battle. The heaven's retribution army of the lightning people was far more terrifying than the lightning beast army. In particular, he had to deal with the inner demons and the 3 disasters tribulation fire in his body. There were all kinds of astral winds blowing outside and thunder strikes constantly. He had encountered almost the worst environment. It could even be said that since ancient times, there was probably no celestial master who had such difficulty in crossing the heaven's retribution. But it was precisely because of this that he had to fight even more. The current difficulties could save him a lot of time in the future. Moreover, he had no other choice. Once the heaven's retribution was triggered, he would either succeed or die. Escaping with serious injuries was only a 1 in a million situation. A fierce battle quickly broke out. In the face of this menacing attack, even Yi Shiwen's 3,000 incarnations were constantly retreating. The battle became more and more intense. Because his original body was experiencing all kinds of tribulations. In fact, his original body's combat power was also greatly affected. He could not act as the arrowhead and guide the 3,000 incarnations to attack. Although the 3,000 incarnations were incomparably powerful, the lightning retribution army was not inferior to them. In fact, they could only be stronger. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen also showed some signs of weakness for the first time. He could not be as invincible as before. Although this is terrifying, if you think that's all I can do, then you're underestimating me too much. Yi Shiwen sneered. In his body, the Nanmingli fire began to burn. It was not burning his body, but the heavens' retribution fire. He actually wanted to absorb these heavens' retribution fire, the strengthened version of the three disasters tribulation fire, and turn them into his own power. In his opinion, it was possible for him to absorb all of these energies that ordinary people would run away from. At the same time, the Mingxin ancient tree was faintly behind him. It firmly fixed the inner demon in place, reducing the influence of the inner demon on him to the lowest. At the same time, the time robe also appeared on the surface of his body, minimizing the influence of the external heavens' retribution. Even the influence of the astral wind was minimized. Only then did Yi Shiwen finally start fighting. He rushed into the lightning retribution army. Although his combat power could not be restored to 100%, he could still have 80% to 90% of his peak combat power. For him, this was enough. Even if he only had 80 to 90% of his peak strength, he was already very powerful. He was still invincible among the many sovereign emperors. He could kill one or even a few heavenly tribulation lightning men with a casual attack. With the king-level dragon vein as his foundation, he had nothing to fear. He could attack with all his strength and be invincible. Many sovereign emperors could not help but gasp in amazement when they saw Yi Shiwen regaining his combat strength so quickly. From the beginning of the heavenly tribulation until now, the various trump cards and means that Yi Shiwen had continuously displayed were already shocking enough. It was completely beyond the scope of ordinary emperor lords. This was the only way he could attract such a terrifying heaven's retribution. However, at this time, more and more people had received the news, and more people were rushing over. Among them, there were more than 1 or 2 people who harbored ill intentions towards Yi Shiwen. These people gradually surrounded Yi Shiwen, who was in the midst of the heavens' retribution army. Once he showed any signs of weakness, as long as there was a slight opportunity, they would not hesitate to attack and eliminate this person, who was famous as the number 1 person below the heavenly master realm. After all, an emperor lord was just an emperor lord. Yi Shiwen's situation had also become worse and worse. Chapter 33:53. With the arrival of a large number of experts, Yi Shiwen's situation became extremely bad. Although not all of them dared to attack, even if only some of them attacked, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to Yi Shiwen, who was crossing the retribution. As for the others, they wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation at the critical moment. It did not matter if it was 1 or 2, but when the number reached a certain level, it would pose a huge impact on him. At this time, Yi Shiwen's retribution was not over yet. These lightning troops were indeed terrifying. They had already destroyed several batches of Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts incarnations. Fortunately, with the king-level dragon vein, Yi Shiwen's spiritual power was not exhausted. On the contrary, the continuous annihilation of the 3,000 martial arts incarnations was also a verification process for him. Every time the team was annihilated, his experience was richer, and his understanding of the Great Way was deeper. It could be said to be a process of continuous learning and hard work. At this time, he was very glad that he robbed the king-level dragon vein. Although it was incomplete, it was still extremely important for him. Otherwise, if he only relied on the level 1 and level 2 dragon veins, he was afraid that it would not take long to exhaust them. At that time, his spiritual power could only be said to be less and less. However, at this time, the heavens' retribution was still endless. Not to mention, there was even more terrifying human retribution. This was just the beginning. But he also knew that this was the most critical time. Once he passed through, he could become the real chess player in the world and dominate the world. If he could not pass through, everything would be over. Boom! 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 All kinds of explosions, continuous, killing, continuous killing. Yi Shiwen had been killing nonstop for a full 10 days and 10 nights. His fighting prowess was far superior to that of an ordinary sovereign emperor. So he had been able to persist until now. He hadn't spent a lot of effort to kill those lightning men every time. Perhaps an ordinary peak sovereign emperor would have been finished long ago if he had been in his place. In this kind of heaven's retribution, the most terrible thing was a protracted war. If each of them had to fight for a long time, it would mean that they were courting death. Yi Shiwen had become numb after such a long period of killing. He had been killing for a full 10 days and 10 nights. Then he finally felt that the lightning troops had significantly reduced in number. Yi Shiwen finally saw the hope of crossing this tribulation. He had been contending with the heart devil, the tribulation fire inside his body, the tribulation wind outside his body, and the tribulation thunder outside his body for 10 days and 10 nights. He gradually came to understand that this heavenly tribulation was a way for the heavens to exterminate the person undergoing tribulation. At the same time, it was also a form of tempering. Each of these abilities was necessary to become an Empyrean in the future. The constant tempering of the heart devils had allowed his state of mind to improve at a frightening speed. Because he had to maintain a clear mind at all times to avoid being taken advantage of by the heart devils, his state of mind had improved the fastest among all the others. 10 days was more effective than 10,000 years of cultivation. Sure enough, no matter what kind of situation one was in, only when one was forced to a dead end would one's potential be completely unleashed. Of course, this was also because of the existence of the enlightening mind ancient tree, the great illuminating lamp, and other divine tools that could restrain the heart's devil. Otherwise, he would have been lost in this heart's devil. So, he wouldn't have been able to refine it for his own use. In addition, his body had also become more and more powerful under the burning of the tribulation fire, the blowing of the tribulation wind, and the strikes of the tribulation thunder. His body had already become extremely perfect. Now, it was undergoing a kind of transformation. This was difficult to achieve in the past, no matter how tyrannical his martial power was, because he hadn't reached that level yet. An emperor lord could only use the rules to the extreme. Whether it was the promotion of the realm or the tempering of the body, there was an upper limit. And this upper limit was the limit allowed by the rules. However, Empyrean was another matter. A Empyrean could change the rules. If the rules allowed the water to boil at a temperature of 100 degrees, then Yi Shiwen could modify the rules so that the water would boil at a temperature of 1,000 degrees. So, 900 degrees was enough to heat the water to a terrifying extent. Only an Empyrean could constantly break through the limits, and the peak of the world's martial arts. And the more rules Empyrean could modify, the more limits he could break through. Therefore, the limits of an emperor lord were nothing in the eyes of an Empyrean. In fact, they could even break through to an unimaginable level. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already shown such signs. The limits that couldn't be broken at all had now begun to collapse little by little. He was also becoming stronger, but this feeling hadn't really solidified yet. The heaven's retribution was precisely to force people to change and break through the limits. In Yi Shiwen's own understanding, heaven was giving you an opportunity. If you could grasp it, you could break through. Once you broke through, you would be an Empyrean. If you couldn't grasp it, you would die. From this point of view, heaven was very fair. In the endless crisis, it still left a trace of life for people. It wasn't completely certain death. At this time, even a stupid person could see Yi Shiwen's transformation. He was changing. This feeling was similar to the time when they had crossed the Emperor Tribulation. They had transformed from a quasi-emperor to an emperor lord. There was only a thin line between them. It was the gap between a celestial being and a human being. This had already made Yi Shiwen surpass most of the peak emperor lords who crossed the heaven's retribution since ancient times. Because most of them couldn't even endure this step, it was impossible for them to have that kind of transformation from the inside out. It was also because of this that many people began to be unable to stand still. Some people also understood that if they waited like this, perhaps Yi Shiwen would be able to endure it. He had already begun to transform, which meant that the heaven's retribution had already reached the final stage. Although the final stage might not mean that he could easily pass it, because the closer to the end, the more terrifying the heaven's retribution would be. But some people didn't want to continue waiting like this. While the real heaven's retribution army was still there, a figure directly tore through the layers of heaven's retribution thunder and directly attacked Yi Shiwen. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen, who had been killing, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes. In the face of such a sudden attack, he was not surprised. He just sneered and said, "After holding back for so long, is it finally coming?" At this time, he had reached the most critical moment of transformation. He was very clear about this, so he was even more clear that if the opponent was not stupid, this time was undoubtedly the best time for a surprise attack. And because of this, this was the beginning of the most dangerous time for him. Sure enough, someone couldn't help but attack. As he expected, he was not anxious at all. Bang! Yi Shiwen slapped the figure with his palm, and the figure blasted out a punch at the same time, colliding with Yi Shiwen's. The figure was slapped far away by Yi Shiwen's palm. But Yi Shiwen did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack, because he was dealing with the remaining Lightning People army that continued to attack. But, to Yi Shiwen's surprise, this figure broke into the Heaven's Retribution army, but was not attacked by the Heaven's Retribution army. One must know that the Heaven's Retribution army represented the Heaven's Way, and it was the most forbidden to challenge it. Once challenged, one must pay a huge price. But this figure broke into the Heaven's Retribution army and was unexpectedly not attacked by the Heaven's Retribution army, as if he was blind. Although the Thunder Retribution army also fell on him, he was just an innocent bystander. The real main force was on Yi Shiwen's side. Yi Shiwen instantly opened the eye of divine punishment and immediately saw through the identity of this figure. It wasn't a real living person. It was just a puppet. It was a well-made puppet with tyrannical strength to an unimaginable extent. What was even more amazing was that this puppet had undergone special treatment, erasing the karma and concealing the Heaven's Way. So, the Heaven's Way couldn't see its existence. Yi Shiwen could see its existence because he had subjective consciousness, but the Heaven's Way didn't have such subjective consciousness, so he could only judge it according to common sense. Moreover, after erasing the cause and effect, even if Yi Shiwen wanted to calculate it later, it would be impossible. As the saying goes, there must be a cause and effect. In other words, the whole thing didn't exist. Since it didn't exist, how could there be any clues? If there were no clues, it would be impossible for Yi Shiwen to find someone to settle the account later. It's really a big move. They've put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Yi Shiwen could obviously see that it was very difficult to make this kind of puppet, even for a celestial master. It would consume a lot of resources, and the success rate was very low. Moreover, it was necessary to erase the karma of this matter. Perhaps some very powerful secret techniques would be used. It was unknown how many resources would be needed to make this puppet. Generally speaking, it would be kept in a sect or clan as a treasure to protect the clan. It would only be unsealed when the sect or clan was exterminated. But now it was released because of Yi Shiwen. It was no wonder that Yi Shiwen said that it was really a big move. This must be the work of a celestial master, and it was not an ordinary celestial master. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a brave and invincible Peak Emperor Lord-level puppet. It was impossible for such a puppet to defeat Yi Shiwen, but it would only cause trouble for Yi Shiwen and cause him to be killed by the Heaven's Retribution. This was enough. Yi Shiwen didn't hold back when he made his move, just now. Even a Peak Emperor Lord would be seriously injured if he was hit directly. It was unstoppable. However, this puppet was only blasted away for a short distance. It was not damaged at all. It could be seen that the material of this puppet was hard to find. Yi Shiwen was restrained by the puppet on the outside, and the lightning army was attacking from the inside. It was too difficult to kill this puppet. This was also the most thorny problem that Yi Shiwen had encountered so far. In fact, even the lightning people's army didn't seem like a big deal to him. Chapter 3354. The truly troublesome ones were the experts who were watching from the shadows, especially those who dared to directly enter the heavenly tribulation. None of them were ordinary people who would dare to attack at this time unless they were a heavenly lord. An ordinary peak-level sovereign lord would be courting death if they dared to rush into this heavenly tribulation. Even a peak-level sovereign lord like the Electric Lord would die without a burial place if he entered Yi Shiwen's heavenly tribulation. Although many people had the idea of taking advantage of the situation, if they were to risk their lives for the sake of taking advantage of the situation, perhaps 100% of them would not be willing to do so. Which of those heavenly lords did not have any means? Even if they did not directly attack, it was still equally terrifying for Yi Shiwen. However, this was just the beginning. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was most relieved that no heavenly lord directly attacked and killed him. Otherwise, the entire situation would be extremely bad. At that time, on one side was the heavenly tribulation, and on the other side was the heavenly lords attacking at all costs. Perhaps he would also have to flee in a sorry state. However, he knew that the possibility was not high, because if a heavenly lord wanted to interfere with the heavenly tribulation, they would also face the retaliation from the heavenly Tao. This had nothing to do with strength. On the contrary, the stronger the person, the more they wanted to interfere with the operation of the heavenly tribulation, and the more severe the backlash they faced. Therefore, even those emperor lords would rarely interfere with their disciples' heavenly tribulation, because once they did, the level of the heavenly tribulation would increase by a few levels, and they would directly retaliate against them. If that was not the case, those big sects should have many emperor lords guarding them. However, the fact was that no matter what, emperor lords were still a scarce resource. This was also a kind of invisible protection from the heavenly Tao for those who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, it was already considered good for a heavenly lord to do this, unless there was a deep hatred for him. Previously, Yi Shiwen was prepared to kill the heaven-devouring demon emperor, who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, even if he had to suffer a huge loss. Unfortunately, he did not find the heaven-devouring demon emperor, so he had to take a risk. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not know whether he should laugh at himself. It seemed that apart from the heaven-devouring demon emperor, he did not have a deep hatred for any heavenly lord. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen had to kill the heaven-devouring demon king first. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring demon king would definitely come and kill him while he was crossing the tribulation. At that time, it would be difficult for Yi Shiwen to escape the calamity. The heaven-devouring demon monarch would at most be severely injured. However, under the combined attack of the heavenly tribulation and the heaven-devouring demon monarch, he would definitely die. This was a human tribulation that was more terrifying than any heavenly tribulation. The real killing had begun. Yi Shiwen had to fight against the three disasters inside and outside his body on one hand. On the other hand, he had to kill the heavenly lightning soldiers and take their power for his own use. On the other hand, he also had to fight against the puppets that would sneak in from time to time. Whether it was the lightning man or the puppets, they didn't have their original will. So, they didn't need to be afraid of getting injured. Each of their moves was deadly, and they were willing to exchange their life for Yi Shiwen's life. They wanted to perish together with Yi Shiwen. Even if they couldn't perish together with Yi Shiwen, they would only suffer serious injuries. Normally, Yi Shiwen would be able to recover in 3 to 5 breaths. However, he had suffered serious injuries now, and there was no doubt that he would die. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't give him any time to recover. The situation was gradually becoming unfavorable for Yi Shiwen. However, even so, Yi Shiwen was still trying his best to kill those lightning men. No matter what kind of strength they had, They seemed to be no match for Yi Shiwen. Just as Yi Shiwen was about to reverse the situation bit by bit, an incomparably loud roar of a beast suddenly came from afar. It was approaching from afar, and in just a moment, it had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. Just like the puppets, it directly rushed into the heavenly tribulation without any hesitation. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be blind and couldn't see the owner of this figure at all. Boom! A huge bloody mouth opened, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, and suddenly bit towards Yi Shiwen. At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen directly moved thousands of miles away, and only then did he manage to avoid the sudden attack of this bloody mouth. At this time, he finally saw clearly what it was. This was a fierce beast as tall as a mountain. At this time, Yi Shiwen was like an ant in front of a giant in front of it. There was a huge gap between them. This fierce beast carried a kind of monstrous momentum, as if it was the only master of the world, and it wanted to bring the world into the civilization of the beast. It had a kind of domineering momentum in the world. Is it a celestial master? Yi Shiwen frowned slightly because he felt a familiar feeling from this fierce beast. It was the aura of the celestial master realm that he was about to break through. However, he soon discovered that although this fierce beast carried the aura of a celestial master, it actually didn't have the terrifying power of a celestial master. It could only be regarded as an empty shell. However, even if it could only be regarded as an empty shell, it was much more terrifying than the primordial Chaos Emperor's spirit incarnation previously. It could almost be compared to him. For an emperor, it was something that was impossible at all. However, for a celestial master, they could modify the rules. Everything in the world was possible. No, it's just a remnant thought. Yi Shiwen opened his heavenly eye and quickly saw what this fierce beast was. This was because this was not a celestial master at all. Or rather, it was a former celestial master. After being defeated and killed, only this remnant thought was left behind. It was taken away and refined into a spirit puppet using a secret method. Although it didn't have the means and ability of a celestial master, it could be said to be invincible in the Emperor realm. Yi Shiwen could feel that this power was almost on par with his own, and this was already very incredible. Although this is just a remnant thought of a celestial master, there are very few celestial masters. Moreover, after being killed, there must be a strong unwillingness to leave this remnant thought for refining. Even if the sky-devouring Demon King was killed by it, there would not be such a strong remnant thought left behind. It can be said to be a priceless treasure. It's really an honor to use it to kill me. There was a sneer on Yi Shiwen's face because he found that the karma of this remnant thought had also been cut off. He could only trace back some information about this remnant thought. It was impossible to deduce the person controlling it from behind the scenes. Of course, he understood the thoughts of these celestial masters. They were also wily old foxes. In order to deal with Yi Shiwen, they would personally go into battle. In the end, they would be seriously injured and have to recuperate for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. However, they didn't dare to believe that there was another chess player in the world. So, they simply used such a trump card to kill Yi Shiwen. It would be good if they succeeded, but if they failed, they wouldn't have to be enemies with a future celestial master for a long time. Obstructing someone from achieving enlightenment was a deeper hatred than killing one's parents and cutting off one's path to wealth. It was enough to confront them until the end of time. However, knowing this was one thing. Yi Shiwen still had to face the attacks from both the ferocious beast and the puppets. In particular, this remnant thought of the ferocious beast could almost be compared to Yi Shiwen. Moreover, it had stimulated all of its potential. It didn't need to care about the long term. The combat power that it could erupt in a short period of time was indeed extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was also the Lightning People Legion. They were rushing towards Yi Shiwen without any regard for their lives. The three-way encirclement had almost forced Yi Shiwen into a dead end. Yi Shiwen was a little overwhelmed, even though he had prepared a lot beforehand. And at this time, another master made a move. Obviously, he didn't want to see Shiwen succeed and become one of the chess players. A door shining with a halo opened in the sky. Then, an arm wearing an ancient costume stretched out from it. Then, a treasured saber appeared in his hand. This treasured saber instantly erupted with a terrifying saber light. It went straight to the sky and almost dispersed the tribulation clouds. Then, this treasured saber slashed down towards Yi Shiwen at lightning speed. Yi Shiwen instantly felt an extremely dangerous aura enveloping him. That blade light seemed slow but was actually very fast. In the eyes of an outsider, it seemed as if it was simply falling down. However, in his eyes, it had fallen on his body in the next moment. Bang! The saber light fell on his body fiercely. A loud roar sounded. The saber light slashed into Yi Shiwen's body. It was like a saber slashing into a boundless sea, setting off stormy waves. Yi Shiwen was slashed and sent flying. Dense cracks appeared on his body. Blood constantly flowed out from the cracks. He's injured. He's actually injured. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Until now, they didn't find anything strange about what they said. It was very normal for an Emperor Lord to be injured during the Heavenly Master Tribulation. However, Yi Shiwen's performance was too strong. From the beginning of the tribulation, whether it was the boundless sea of thunder and lightning at the beginning, or the 5 elements thunder tribulation later, the 3 calamities and 9 disasters, the lightning beast army, the lightning man army, and even the puppets and the remnant thoughts of the beasts, these dangers were enough to scare many Emperor Lords to death. In the face of these dangers, not to mention being forced into a desperate situation, he didn't even get injured. In the eyes of many people, according to this rhythm, it seemed possible for Yi Shiwen to pass the tribulation without any injuries. In this case, not only would he pass the Heavenly Master Tribulation, which was rarely seen since ancient and modern times, but he would also create a record of passing the tribulation without any injuries. However, now this legend was directly shattered. An arm came out of nowhere and slashed at Yi Shiwen, causing dense cracks to appear all over his body. Could it be that a Heavenly Master personally took action? Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. This was the only way that this unimaginably tyrannical monster could be seriously injured. It's not a Heavenly Master. If it was a Heavenly Master, no matter how hard he tried to hide, it would cause a rebound from the Heavenly Master Tribulation. He was injured mainly because he couldn't suppress the tribulation fire in his body and suffered a backlash. There are many reasons added together. Someone saw clearly and quickly said, Chapter 33:55. It was already the end. Everyone knew that although there was still a boundless sea of thunder and the 3 disasters and 9 disasters, it was indeed the final moment. In their opinion, the appearance of that old man had sealed Yi Shiwen's last hope. Such a terrifying existence could almost fight against Yi Shiwen at his peak. In fact, he might even be stronger than Yi Shiwen at his peak. But they had no idea that the most terrifying part of the death zone in their eyes was the only way for Yi Shiwen to level up, and also the biggest chance of survival. The others could not be defeated in a short time, and even if they were defeated, it would not affect the overall situation. So Yi Shiwen quickly gave up on them. 3,000 martial arts! Yi Shiwen shouted, and 3,000 martial arts split from his body, divided into 3 waves, and directly flew towards the puppets, the fierce beast remnant soul, and the big hand holding the blade. They blocked the 3 of them. Although the 3,000 martial daos were unable to pose a fatal threat to the 3 of them, it was enough to delay them for a period of time. Yi Shiwen himself flew out in an instant, and went in the direction of the old man with the spear. Behind Yi Shiwen, all kinds of martial arts almost turned into all kinds of strange phenomena. In order to fight for the last chance of survival, he also went all out and did not hold back in the slightest. However, there was not the slightest change on his face, and he still looked indifferent and calm, as if he was taking a stroll in his own back garden. But his hand did not give way at all. and a universe creation palm burst out. This was his most powerful move, and with the support of the Eye of Sky punishment, its power was increased by a level. Just this palm alone burned a level 3 dragon vein of Yishuin. It could almost be said that Yishuin's palm had smashed all the foundation of a big sect. Bang! Yishuin's palm was fast and urgent, as if it was wrapped in the power of heaven and earth. The old man with the spear wanted to take the initiative to attack, but obviously there was no other way. It was too late, and he could only passively counterattack. Clang! He raised his spear, and Yishuin's palm collided. With a loud explosion, sparks flew in all directions. The spear-wielding old man retreated a few steps before he finally managed to stop. In Yishuin's competition, this was the first time that he had fallen into a complete disadvantage. However, this was just the beginning. Yishuin once again used the Good Fortune Universe palm. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. It directly burned away the spiritual energy of a level 2 dragon vein. The old man had just stabilized his footing when Yishuin had already pounced towards him. Yishuin hadn't even stabilized his footing yet because he wasn't prepared at all. Not to mention, Yishuin had suddenly increased his strength, which had left him completely unprepared. Moreover, he had used the same strength as the last time they had fought. So, he had suddenly suffered a loss. Because he didn't know that the power of Yishuin's universe creation palm had a great relationship with the number of dragon veins he injected. The more dragon veins he injected, the stronger the power. Bang! This time, not only was he blasted back a step, but he flew out completely. Like a meteor, he flew directly into the tribulation clouds and directly smashed a huge hole in the tribulation clouds. Yishuin was even more relentless. He rushed up and directly chased into the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds seemed to be enraged. They began to madly strike down the thunderstorm, as if they were going to beat Yishuin to death. However, Yishuin didn't care at all at this time. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength. Another Good Fortune Universe palm fell. This time, it was even more straightforward. It directly burned a level 1 dragon vein. Although it was only an increase of 1 level, in terms of attack power it was more than doubled. It was almost an increase of several times, and his combat power instantly soared. It couldn't be calculated with ordinary logic. Bang! This time, Yishuin directly slapped down with a backhand palm. It landed heavily on the body of the old man with the spear. This time, the old man with the spear couldn't even react. The strength of the old man with the spear had also reached the peak of the Emperor Lord. He could compete with Yishuin at his peak, but that didn't include the situation where Yishuin increased his combat power with the Good Fortune Universe palm. This was obviously beyond the limit. The old man's body exploded on the spot. There was no blood, but at the moment of the explosion, Yishuin clearly saw a martial arts imprint at the core. It was this martial arts imprint that was summoned by the heavenly way. However, in the next moment, the old man was reorganized as if he wasn't injured at all. All the losses were made up by the heavenly way in an instant. This was also the most terrifying thing about the old man with the spear. He was immortal and had infinite spiritual power. Compared to when he was alive, he was more terrifying and more difficult to deal with. However, since Yishuin had already seen that martial imprint, he knew how to deal with that old man. Although his body was immortal and his magic power was boundless, but his martial imprint was unique and the most fragile. As long as his martial imprint was broken, then no matter how tyrannical he would still die in the end. What is this move? Why is it so terrifying? In the distance, the Emperor Lords felt that their bodies were trembling. When Yishuin used the Good Fortune Universe palm, his already top-notch combat power increased by several levels. It looked even more terrifying, and they felt a chill down their spine. He actually hid his strength. This should be his true peak combat power. Someone said in a daze. It seemed that they couldn't accept that Yishuin's strength was so tyrannical. With such terrifying strength, if it were them, they might not even be able to withstand this palm. However, they could also see that the price of this palm was not small. Otherwise, with Yi Shiwen's situation, he would have used it long ago. If that was the case, the heavenly retribution would have ended much earlier. It's really sad. Even now, these juniors don't know the famous consummate skill of the good fortune heaven lord. A soft sigh was mixed among these people, but no one knew it. This kid is a bit interesting. The good fortune universe palm has been lost for so many years. Even the good fortune god dynasty didn't have any records of it. Where did he get it? While everyone was discussing, Yi Shiwen's fourth palm strike had already landed. It was still at the cost of a level 1 dragon vein. The old man with the spear was sent flying on the spot. At the moment when his body was about to shatter, the old man with the spear was sent flying. Countless sword lights appeared above Yi Shiwen's head and condensed in the sky. Then they turned into a terrifying sword technique and fiercely slashed down, directly blasting the martial arts imprint on the spot. Bang! There was a loud roar. Even though Yi Shiwen had destroyed his body, there was no trace of pain on the face of the old man with the spear. Unexpectedly, an extremely painful expression appeared on his face. Obviously, Yi Shiwen had hit his vital point and found his weak point. Sure enough, when Yi Shiwen used the same trick again, a huge crack appeared on the martial arts imprint. At the same time, the light it emitted was a lot dimmer. This seemingly immortal existence also had a weakness. As long as he caught hold of it, he would be toyed with in the palm of Yi Shiwen's hand. It seemed easy, but it was not something that ordinary emperor lords could do. The most simple point was that they could not find a martial arts secret skill, like the good fortune universe palm. Even if they reached the emperor lord realm, they could still improve their strength without any side effects. Even if there was, it was impossible for them to be as rich as Yi Shiwen. One palm could destroy all the foundation of a big sect, which was enough to make everyone despair. If one wasn't truly wealthy, how many people would be able to afford it? In terms of emperor lords, apart from Yi Shiwen, there was no one else. Not only was he the strongest emperor lord, but he was also the richest emperor lord. If it was just a celestial master, then it was another matter. It could be said that although it seemed nothing, this was something that belonged to Yi Shiwen alone, and only he could do it. He was the only one who could cross this heaven's retribution. As for the others, one would die. But to be honest, if it was someone else, there was no need to cross such a terrifying heaven's retribution. The old man with the spear was very strong, his reaction was very fast, and his realm was even more ridiculously high. However, his own strength limited his performance. Although the heaven's retribution was terrifying, it was only a heaven's retribution. It could not have any power that far exceeded his own strength to test him. And this aspect was Yi Shiwen's strength. So he finally grasped this opportunity. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen launched heavy attacks. Every time his palm smashed the curtain of rain formed by the thunderstorm, a large part of the sky collapsed. On the other side, whether it was the puppets, the ferocious beast's remnant thoughts, or the big hand holding the saber, they all seemed to know that Yi Shiwen had reached a critical moment. Naturally, they refused to let go of this critical moment and began to kill crazily. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts incarnations seemed strong and numerous, but they could not stop 3 crazy existences. Moreover, they did not need to worry about getting hurt or anything. As long as they could complete the task, it seemed that everything was worth it. All of a sudden, the 3,000 martial arts incarnations that Yi Shiwen released became fewer and fewer, and Yi Shiwen, who was fighting fiercely, had no time to split out more martial arts incarnations. Time was also getting tighter and tighter, and it all depended on which side succeeded first. Yi Shiwen knew this, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Even though the surging spiritual power almost drowned everything, he still persevered. He did not know how many times he had attacked. and the martial arts imprint was already densely packed with cracks. Final blow! Yi Shiwen roared and slapped the martial arts imprint with his palm. Bang! The martial arts imprint suddenly shattered. As the martial arts imprint shattered, he could feel that the heavens' retribution was finally over. Chapter 3356. Everyone could clearly see that although that blade was terrifying, it wasn't unsolvable. The reason why Yi Shiwen couldn't withstand it and his body had collapsed was because of the tribulation fire inside his body and the many attacks he had received before. All of them had erupted together because Yi Shiwen didn't have time to completely expel these forces. He was in a fierce battle almost all the time. So at this time, all the remaining forces concentrated and erupted. That saber was like a primer, exposing all the hidden dangers in Yi Shiwen's body. Many people looked at each other because the legend of a possible and scathed heavenly tribulation was broken in front of them. But even so, no one would think that it was because Yi Shiwen was too weak. Yi Shiwen's strength was the most terrifying one they had ever seen, especially those ancient emperor lords. In fact, they had seen more than one heavenly master crossing the heavenly tribulation. In fact, more than one peak emperor lord had tried to cross the heavenly tribulation but failed. However, none of them could compare with Yi Shiwen. If his heavenly tribulation was just an ordinary heavenly master's heavenly tribulation, perhaps he would really survive unscathed. This was already terrifying enough. From the beginning until now, perhaps no one really thought that he could not survive heavenly tribulation. But now everything had changed. Yi Shiwen, who was injured, was naturally not that terrifying. Perhaps he might not survive heavenly tribulation. This was exactly what they had hoped for. However, seeing Yi Shiwen crossing the tribulation in an incomparably strong manner, they faintly had another kind of expectation in their hearts. That was, if Yi Shiwen succeeded, would they witness a miracle? Even if they couldn't divide the things of super powerhouses who failed to survive heavenly tribulation, witnessing a miracle would also be of great benefit to them. During heavenly tribulation, they could only see the complex heavenly way information belonging to heavenly masters that couldn't be seen when they were emperor lords. Not to mention anything else. Just watching the battle was enough for many people to obtain huge benefits. Not all of these people came with evil intentions. Many weak emperor lords were also very clear that their strength was not enough to take advantage of the situation. The premise of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, was that the oriole had to be more powerful than the mantis. If this praying mantis was extremely terrifying, the oriole would probably be eaten instead. Moreover, even if the mantis died, there were so many orioles around. The probability of them succeeding was not too high. The final distribution would only be carried out among the top few. They had no chance at all. Therefore, if possible, witnessing a miracle was also a good harvest. For ordinary people, they were already existences that constantly created miracles. But in reality, for them, there were also legendary existences. Evidently, this human martial emperor was creating a miracle. Many of the surrounding sovereign emperors thought of many questions. However, Yi Shiwen, who had been blasted away, felt a little better. Although he had lost a lot of blood, some of the tribulation fire had been expelled at the same time. This made him feel a lot better. The injuries on his body weren't that serious because his recovery ability was quite powerful. In just a short while, he had already recovered to about 70 to 80%. However, he knew that the most brutal battle had already begun. He didn't know who the three parties that had intervened were, but he knew that they should be experts at the heavenly master level or above. The saber light descended from the sky and slashed towards him almost at the same time. Yi Shiwen was not given the slightest chance to breathe, but at this time, Yi Shiwen was already on guard. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be chopped by the saber. The devil wings on his back suddenly stretched out and completely surrounded him. Clang! A loud roar was heard, and it exploded on the spot. The violent storm that swept out almost destroyed everything. The aftermath of the battle between the two sides was already terrifying enough. It was far beyond what the Emperor Lords could imagine. At this moment, the murderous remnant consciousness and the puppet man pounced on them almost instantly. Along with them were the heavenly lightning troops. It was as though there was no end to them. Boom! 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 After the fierce battle paused for a moment, it broke out again. The two sides fought from the sky to the ground, from one end of the Milky Way to the other end. Wherever they passed, even if it was a long Milky Way, it would be reduced to ashes by this terrifying power. Fortunately, there wasn't much vitality in the nearby galaxy, and there weren't many stars themselves. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed. Even though Yi Shiwen had broken through the stipulated range of the heaven's retribution, the heaven's retribution above his head followed him like a shadow and never stopped. After another 3 days and 3 nights of fierce battle, Yi Shiwen finally destroyed the last heavenly lightning troop with the intervention of the 3 heavenly masters, because he was very clear that the heaven's retribution was the most crucial. The other 3 could at most interfere with his retribution. Even if he tried his best to fight them to the death, it wouldn't be beneficial to his retribution. On the contrary, as long as the heaven's retribution was past, all of these were nothing. They were all in the bag and had to die. He was still clear about this point. However, even if he killed the last heavenly lightning troop, he didn't relax at all, because he knew that the real terrifying test was about to begin. Compared with this final test, the previous ones were nothing. If he was at his peak, he might not be afraid. But now, because of the tribulation fire, tribulation wind, tribulation thunder, and the interference of the other heavenly masters, he might not even be able to exert 50% or 60% of his power. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen only saw a black crack suddenly torn in the space in front of him. The end of the crack was none other than the depths of the heaven's retribution. Something jumped out from the depths of the heaven's retribution, but the speed was so fast that it even shattered the space. Yi Shiwen just raised his hand to block it. Suddenly, he felt that the power of the universe was borrowed and added to this attack. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again. He retreated thousands of miles in an instant. Every step he took left a thick footprint in the air. In his body, he felt that his qi and blood were churning, and there was a terrifying power surging in his body. Whoosh! Another saber light slashed from the side. It was the treasured saber that had seized the most critical moment and made its move. The big hand that wielded the treasured saber had the power to destroy the world. Although Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid, he didn't want to take this attack head-on at this time. Yi Shiwen immediately spread his demon wings, and his figure instantly moved tens of thousands of miles horizontally, avoiding the attack range of the saber. However, at this moment, the fierce beast seemed to have been prepared for this. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yi Shiwen. Get lost! Yi Shiwen slapped his palm. Under the blessing of the eye of heaven punishment, the energy of the whole world seemed to condense. In an instant, it poured into his hand like a torrent. He slapped the fierce beast and sent it flying. Yi Shiwen's entire arm almost sank into the beast's body when he slapped it. This fierce beast was tyrannical, but it didn't have a physical body after all. In such a contest, it immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. However, it was also because it didn't have a physical body that it was very difficult to deal with. It wasn't like ordinary creatures, where physical injury was equivalent to a serious injury. After slapping this fierce beast away in one fell swoop, Yi Shiwen moved tens of thousands of miles horizontally. At this time, the place where he had been standing a moment ago had been swept by a spear light. It had completely turned into chaos, and not even a fragment had been left. It had all evaporated. Such a method was really terrifying to the extreme. Yi Shiwen finally saw clearly what this figure was at this time. It was an old man with an extremely thin figure. However, he was carrying an iron spear that was taller than him in his hand. This iron spear was extremely terrifying. Almost everywhere the tip of the spear had passed, the space would turn into chaos. Time and laws were simply meaningless. Yi Shiwen knew that this was the most terrifying and last resort of the heavens' retribution. This didn't seem like the ordinary heavenly soldiers and fierce beasts that were condensed from lightning. This was like the resurrection of an unparalleled ancient powerhouse. Super ancient powerhouse. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light because he seemed to have understood what this was. Perhaps this was the imprint of a super powerhouse who had fallen in the past, and this imprint had been summoned by the heavens, and this imprint had resurrected a matchless super powerhouse. Although his strength was no longer comparable to when he was at his peak in terms of realm, there was no doubt that he was a super powerhouse among the heavenly venerables. Compared to the sense of oppression that this old man gave him, the heaven-devouring Demon King was much worse. The heaven-devouring Demon King's suppression was purely due to his strength, but this old man's suppression was in terms of realm and life rating. It was completely different. This should be the first time that he had fought with a heavenly venerate under similar circumstances. He didn't have the realm of a heavenly venerate, but his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary emperor lord. The old man in front of him had the realm of a heavenly venerate, but didn't have the strength of a heavenly venerate. This was also an extremely rare opportunity for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up because he had already thought of a way. The situation in front of him seemed to be a dead end, but it wasn't necessarily a dead end. There was still a glimmer of hope. And this glimmer of hope lay in the body of this spear-wielding old man who had just appeared, but was also the strongest among them. Although he was the strongest link, he was also the biggest weakness. This was because the heaven's retribution would end as long as he was killed. Chapter 3357. With the end of the heavenly tribulation, Yi Shiwen felt that the power that had been suppressing him had disappeared without a trace. His martial power and realm, which had been firmly suppressed, were now gushing out like a tide. He only felt that he was transforming and becoming a stronger realm, which was the supreme ruler, the heavenly lord. He could already sense the difference in himself, and even faintly felt the biggest difference between a heavenly lord and an emperor. That was the modification of the laws. This was like playing a computer game. The emperor was the top expert. His micro-operation was superb, and he could make use of all the rules that could be used to the extreme. He could be called a top expert. On the other hand, Sky Sovereign had used a cheat. He had changed the rules. For example, humans couldn't jump through walls, but players with a cheat could. Players in the game could only jump once, but players with a cheat could jump 3 times. No matter what kind of expert they were, there was nothing they could do when facing such cheats. Unless they also had cheats, they could only passively take a beating. This was the difference between an emperor and a heavenly lord. And the gap between Empyreans could roughly be understood as the gap between a small cheat and a big one. The reason why the heaven-devouring demon monarch had been killed by Yi Shiwen previously was not because Yi Shiwen's own ability was better than the cheat, but because he had found another heavenly master to write a cheat. The cheat broke the cheat. Without the cheat, the heaven-devouring demon monarch could only fight against Yi Shiwen within its own rules, which was why he had been killed. Even though the heaven-devouring demon emperor was considered to be at the top, he was not invincible without the cheat. He survived the heavenly tribulation. Some sovereign emperors couldn't help but say in disbelief. They didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would use his tyrannical strength to break out of the hopeless situation that they thought was a dead end. He was really tyrannical without limit. That's right. Although some of the tribulation clouds have not dissipated, the will of the heavenly way has dissipated. What's left is purely the energy of thunder. An emperor quickly reacted. Although the tribulation clouds were part of the heavenly tribulation, the most important thing was that the heavenly tribulation contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the naturally formed lightning energy make these extremely powerful peak sovereign lords so miserable? After crossing the heaven's retribution, Yi Shiwen formed a big hand and grabbed the tribulation clouds in the sky. Then, the tribulation clouds were completely transformed into the essence of thunder and lightning. Then he refined them into 36 heavenly thunder beads. Although they were only refined using the remnant energy of the tribulation clouds, their might was not small. If he were to casually throw one of these beads, an ordinary Emperor Realm expert would be blown up and seriously injured. If he were to throw 2 more beads, that Emperor Realm expert would really die. Given his strength, he would not be able to use it. However, if he left it to the human race, it would be another trump card. Furthermore, it did not require any harsh conditions to activate. A quasi-emperor would be able to activate it and detonate the heavenly thunder within it, causing an earth-shattering might to erupt. Although it could only be used at the most critical moment, it was still better than nothing. Yi Shiwen felt that he was transforming faster and faster, as if he was about to transform into a heavenly lord. This trend was a certain process, but he could feel that he was becoming stronger and stronger. At this time, the 3 people had completely cleaned up Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts incarnations. All of them rushed towards Yi Shiwen in an attempt to be the first. The first to arrive was the puppet. Relying on the fact that its body was made of special materials, it was not afraid at all. It did not give Yi Shiwen any chance to take a breather and flew over in one breath. He blasted out a punch. It was unknown which fist technique it was, but an extremely bright light erupted from his hand. It almost covered half of the starry sky. After the heavenly tribulation was gone, it was even more unscrupulous when it attacked. It did not need to worry about causing a backlash from the heavenly tribulation. Yi Shiwen just glanced at the puppet indifferently and also threw a backhand punch. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was just a simple punch, but it was as if the cycle of reincarnation between heaven and earth had been grasped in his hand, and he had completely unleashed it. The puppet just let out a strange cry, and then its body flew out completely. Its body flew upside down in midair, and then it directly fell apart. The materials that made up its body collapsed, and the runes attached to its body also turned into powder. In front of Yi Shiwen's sharp means, this puppet was nothing at all. Everyone was dumbfounded because everyone had clearly seen the strength of this puppet before. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Although it was slightly at a disadvantage when fighting with Yi Shiwen, it did not show an absolute disadvantage. However, it was destroyed by Yi Shiwen's blow. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines because this didn't mean that the puppet had become weaker, because it had never changed. In that case, the person who changed was Yi Shiwen. He had become stronger. He was already scary enough, but now he had obviously crossed the boundary and was transforming into a heavenly lord. The transformation had not been completed yet, but it was already scary enough. He could easily defeat an opponent that could not be defeated at all. This was a clear proof. Many people felt as if they had finally seen a miracle, a complete miracle. No one expected that Yi Shiwen would eventually overcome it. Although there were many dangers in the middle, Yi Shiwen had finally overcome it. Moreover, he had overcome it in such a way, forcefully overcoming the heavenly retribution. He was transforming, he was becoming stronger. After defeating the puppet, Yi Shiwen just grabbed the puppet in his hand. Although most of it had been damaged, there was still a part that could be used, and it might be restored in the future. It was difficult to make a talisman that could erase the cause and effect, but it was much easier to restore the combat power of this puppet. As long as he was given some time, he would have a chance. At that time, it would also mean that among the human clan, there would be one more supermaster at the level of Yi Shiwen before he had crossed the heavenly retribution. Yi Shiwen had originally believed that he was the most unique and unrivaled expert. But the emergence of these 3 experts had also made Yi Shiwen's original belief that he was the most unique and unrivaled expert. It was indeed very rare to see someone who could naturally cultivate to his level. However, It didn't mean that the heavenly masters couldn't create one. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and his whole body instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the remnant soul of the vicious beast. It was still in a sprinting posture. Yi Shiwen just stretched out his big hand and suddenly slapped it, directly piercing the remnant soul of the vicious beast. The vicious beast screamed and struggled in Yi Shiwen's hand. Eventually, it turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. It was not a match for Yi Shiwen at present. His strength was still transforming, and he was still becoming stronger. His eyes finally fell on the big hand that was holding the blade. Just as he was about to destroy the blade-wielding hand, a flame suddenly surged out from the darkness that had been suppressed in the deepest part of his body. It turned into a sea of fire that filled the sky. In an instant, it completely swept out. It directly wrapped Yi Shiwen. Looking from afar, he looked like a man on fire. Such a change suddenly shocked everyone. They did not expect that there would be such a change after crossing the heavenly retribution. Could it be that the original tribulation fire was not cleared out? Many people were extremely puzzled. At this time, a stern voice sounded in Yi Shiwen's ear. I didn't expect you to be able to reach this step. Just nice, I'll take over your body. Become my puppet. In Yi Shiwen's body, the figure of the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate, was condensing and turning into flames. This was to completely burn Yi Shiwen's spirit to death, and then occupy Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen sneered. Although he was surrounded by endless flames, he did not panic at all. He had already expected this situation. The fire seed that the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate, had left in his body had not been cleared. In other words, Yi Shiwen had simply suppressed it and did not kill it. This was because he did not want to stimulate the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate, out of his closed-door cultivation. It was possible to deal with the heaven-devouring Demon King, but he was not confident that he could deal with the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate. Now he was not afraid at all. He reached into his body with one hand and grabbed the flame-shaped spirit of the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate. The spirit of the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate, had not expected Yi Shiwen to be so strong at this time. In his estimation, Yi Shiwen should be at his weakest when he was undergoing transformation. How could he be so strong? However, he had miscalculated in the end. Yi Shiwen was far from being comparable to the Heavenly Venerates he knew in the past. Even though he had just crossed the Heavenly Venerate tribulation, he did not fall into a weak period. On the contrary, he was still at his strongest in history. This was something he had never expected, because even the heaven-devouring Demon King had a weak period. Someone had taken advantage of it and seriously injured him. The divine flame, Heavenly Venerate, had not expected things to turn out like this. He did not even have time to scream before he was crushed into a cloud of green smoke by Yi Shiwen's palm. After destroying the spirit of the divine flame, Heavenly Venerate, Yi Shiwen's transformation speed became even faster. It was almost unstoppable. At this moment, the big hand holding the long blade suddenly retracted and was about to escape. At this moment, everyone could see that Yi Shiwen's breakthrough was inevitable. Yi Shiwen did not give him a chance at all. He smashed the martial emperor seal and immediately smashed the arm into a bloody mist. At the same time, Yi Shiwen finally completed his transformation and became a Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 3358. Waves of coercion rolled out. Yi Shiwen was like the spokesperson of the heavenly way who walked in the world. All the emperor lords who were watching also knew that from today onwards, there would be another supreme heavenly master in this world. They just felt that the speed of heavenly masters emerging recently was too fast. In the past, there might not be a heavenly master emerging in hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. But recently, the heaven-devouring Demon King and Yi Shiwen had achieved the way and become heavenly masters. However, it was nothing when they thought about it, because the heaven-devouring Demon King had already died in the hands of Yishuin. Before he achieved the way, he was already able to kill the heaven-devouring Demon King. Now that he had become a heavenly master, how could it be? Many experienced veteran emperor lords had seen many heavenly masters who had completed their tribulations, but they only felt that none of them had such terrifying power. Indeed, as they had imagined, Yi Shiwen was not comparable to ordinary heavenly masters at all. Although he had just succeeded in crossing the tribulations, he had completely consolidated his realm cultivation and reached a small peak in one fell swoop, as if he was at the peak of a realm. Yi Shiwen was also prepared for this. He had prepared for so long before crossing the tribulations, and it was also so difficult when crossing the tribulations. If his cultivation did not advance by leaps and bounds after crossing the tribulations, it would not be justifiable. The heavenly way rewarded the diligent. This basic point had never changed. The more you put in, the more success you might reap in the end. He felt that he was simply unprecedentedly powerful. As far as the eye could see, there were rules and rules intertwining. Everything was so clear in front of him, and the world had never been so clear in front of him. This was the advantage brought by breaking through to another limit. It was a completely different domain, a completely different world. At this realm, he did not have to worry about being casually discarded like a chess piece, and the human race behind him would also obtain great benefits. It would not be difficult to become the 11th strongest race. Moreover, his status in the human race would also become supreme. This wasn't the first time that he had encountered such a thing. He had already experienced it once in the myriad heavens. He had brought the human race to a supreme realm in the myriad heavens and realms. Now it was just a reenactment of everything. In fact, there were even some differences. This was because he wasn't as supreme here as he was in the myriad heavens and realms. He wasn't the only heavenly venerate here. Moreover, he probably didn't have an advantage in terms of experience or strength. However, these were not things that he needed to consider now. What he wanted to do now was to return to Fate Divine Capital and kill Emperor Godru completely to prevent future troubles. As for Space-Time Heavenly Lord, would he make things difficult for him because of an emperor? It must be said that Yi Shiwen's way of thinking was completely different from before after he had advanced his realm. The Emperor realm was no longer on the same level as him. At this moment, he was no longer a peak sovereign lord, but a heavenly venerable. He took a step forward and instantly left the spacious star region. However, just as he was about to step into Fate Divine Dynasty, he suddenly realized that the nomological laws around him had suddenly changed. He was no longer in the original starry sky. Instead, he had stepped into a small plain with high mountains and flowing rivers. In the center of this small plain was a tall mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, towering into the sky. A thatched cottage was erected on the mountainside of this mountain. A red-clothed youth was sitting on a stone bench in the small courtyard in front of the thatched cottage. He raised his head and looked at Yi Shiwen with a faint smile on his face. Yi Shiwen was slightly vigilant at first. However, when he saw the young man in red, he seemed to know something. The young man in red was dressed in a long red robe. His jet-black hair was scattered behind him, and a sword hung casually on his waist. He was drinking by himself. The young man in red raised his cup to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't act pretentiously. He took a step forward and sat opposite the young man in red. "May I know how to address you?" Yi Shiwen asked. He could feel a mysterious and unfathomable aura from the young man in red. If the young man in red was just an emperor lord, Yi Shiwen could see through him at a glance. Therefore, the identity of the young man in red was obvious. He was a heavenly venerable. Yi Shiwen wasn't naive enough to think that all heavenly venerables would have a good impression of him. However, he hadn't figured out the origin and purpose of the young man in red, so he didn't act rashly. "Me? My name is Xian Yuan." The young man in red said with a smile, "Don't you want a drink? This is something you can't drink outside. I brewed it myself. It has been here for at least 10 million years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't drink it myself. Yi Shiwen picked up the cup of wine in front of him. Suddenly, a fragrant smell of sake hit his nose. The wine wasn't made from rare natural treasures. It was just ordinary fruits. However, fruit wine made from ordinary fruits couldn't last for tens of millions of years. There must be other means. However, even if it was ordinary fruit wine that had been here for tens of millions of years and hadn't gone bad, its mellow quality was already supreme. May I know what advice you have for me? Yi Shiwen took a sip and revealed a look of enjoyment on his face. He could make good wine at will, but this level of immortal wine required time and foundation. I can't say that I'm giving advice. It's just that some people hope that I can stall you for a while. The young man in red, Xian Yuan, said faintly as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, what he had to do was to stall a heavenly venerable. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't a trivial matter. That's a bit interesting. Do you know where I'm going? Yi Shiwen asked with a smile. Facing this unknown red-clothed young man, he wasn't worried at all. Although this red-clothed young man was terrifying and unfathomable, he hadn't displayed any strength that could threaten him. This was something that he was confident in. At the very least, he wasn't weak and cheap. Isn't it just returning to the Fortune Divine Capital? But now, someone doesn't want others to disturb the situation there? Originally, you weren't on the list. Who would have thought that you would actually pass the heavenly tribulation at such a crucial time? How should I say this? You're indeed a powerful character. You're the second human I've ever known. Xian Yuan said with a smile. The second? Who's the other one? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. He's a bastard, but he's also an expert. Very strong. That's a taboo name. Speaking of which, everything that's happening now was caused by him. Xian Yuan smiled. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. What kind of peerless expert was there in the human race? What kind of existence could actually cause the outer domain to attack the Fortune Divine Capital? Could it be the Sway Sovereign? Why are you going through so much trouble to stop me? Do you really want to destroy the Fortune Divine Capital? Yi Shiwen said faintly. Xian Yuan didn't explain further, so he didn't pursue the matter. Destroy the Fortune Divine Capital? Of course, that's impossible. It's just that some old fogies want to obtain something. Destroying the Fortune Divine Capital? First, it's not necessary because they don't need to destroy the Fortune Divine Capital to get what they want. Second, it's impossible. Many people have wanted to destroy the Fortune Divine Capital, but no one has ever succeeded. Unless they are the Fortune Heavenly Monarch. Xian Yuan said faintly. Since you want to delay me, then I'll stay here for a while. Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile, but his eyes flickered brightly. He seemed to have come into contact with a huge secret. He had no intention of serving the Fortune Divine Dynasty to the death. How long had it been since he came to the Fortune Divine Dynasty? Not to mention the Fortune Divine Dynasty. He didn't even have a sense of belonging to the Fortune world. You're really a smart person. It's so comfortable talking to smart people. Xian Yuan laughed heartily. As long as you don't want to force your way out, isn't it a pleasant thing for us to sit here and talk about Tao and drink wine? As long as you don't make things difficult for me, everyone will have a good time. What do you want to know? As long as I can tell you, I'll tell you everything I know. Speaking of which, you're also a member of our circle, so there's no need to hide some things from you. Xian Yuan said straightforwardly. I want to know, why did the Outer Domain Army besiege the Fortune Divine Capital? Yi Shiwen asked immediately. This was the biggest question in his heart, so he naturally had to ask it in one go. About this matter, it's normal that you don't know about it. In fact, this also involves the Fortune Divine Lord. After the Fortune Divine Lord disappeared on the road of fortune, many people wanted to follow in his footsteps and find the legendary fortune through the road of fortune. Xian Yuan said, It's a pity that after the Fortune Divine Lord disappeared, Most people couldn't find the legendary fortune except for those who left with him. It's fine if we don't have the fortune, but because we're isolated from the land of fortune, our heavenly master realms are stuck. It's like we've met a ceiling, and no matter how hard we try, we can't go up. Originally, there was a key that could open the land of fortune and let the fortune chi of the land of fortune shine into the fortune divine dynasty. But later, that key was taken away by someone and then it disappeared. Without the fortune chi of the land of fortune, not only can everyone not advance, but it's like they're trapped. And that person is a bastard from your human race. Hee, now do you know why so many people don't like you? In fact, you've also been caught in the crossfire. Many people hate you mainly because of that guy. Chapter 3359. Yi Shiwen's face was also a little stunned. He naturally knew that many people had been hostile towards him ever since he had risen to prominence. He knew that many of them were because of the conflicts between them. However, some of them were inexplicable. Only now did he realize that the source of their hostility was actually in this place. Originally, with the good fortune key, people could occasionally use it to open up some places of fortune and replenish their power of fortune. However, after the good fortune key was seized, this opportunity disappeared. Many people chose to enter the path of fortune in search of the legendary fortune, but they disappeared without a trace. However, as far as I know, they didn't seem to be doing well. Some people stayed behind, and they formed the current structure of the fortune realm, including the 4 great holy masters of the north, south, east, and west. Xian Yuan continued to explain. Many years ago, the east, south, west, north, and south heavenly venerables, as well as space-time heavenly venerables, worked together to collect all kinds of supreme materials in order to reforge the fortune key. This should have been a good thing, but in reality it wasn't so. Those guys wanted to swallow everything for themselves, and only wanted the fortune chi to shine into the fortune divine capital. At that time, they would be baptized by the fortune chi, and their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. As for us, if our cultivation didn't improve, we would eventually have to submit to the fortune divine dynasty and be ordered around by them. So, you know what I'm talking about. This will definitely incur the wrath of the masses. Not only the people from the outer domains, but there are also many people from the fortune divine dynasty who are furious. What we are doing now is merely forcing them to express their stance. Xian Yuan took a sip of wine and said with a smirk. Yi Shiwen finally understood why the current situation was so strange. The dignified capital of the fortune god dynasty was besieged, but no one was going to rescue them. Even those super sects that were under the control of the fortune god dynasty didn't make any move to rescue them. It turned out that the east, south, west heavenly masters had caused public anger. Originally, he didn't return to the fortune divine capital because he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the fortune divine dynasty. Now, however, he had no choice but to stand on the side of Xian Yuan and the others. There was no other reason. He was also a celestial sovereign, and no one wanted to cultivate to the peak in the future, to be faced with a ceiling that they could not break. It would be fine if there was no other way, but since there was another way, he naturally had to think of a way. Then, again, the fortune divine dynasty's plan was really good. Once they succeeded, the fortune divine dynasty would sweep away all their previous decline and become the true ruler of the fortune divine dynasty. Although the fortune god dynasty was unhappy with the current situation, there were also many people who benefited from it. And now, Yi Shiwen was one of the people who benefited from it. Unless, one day, he entered the fortune divine dynasty. In that case, he would have to consider a different matter. People always acted according to their own interests. Even heavenly venerates were the same. It all depended on what kind of interests could move the various heavenly venerates. Dare I ask, what exactly is this fortune chi? Can the heavenly venerables fight for it? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. You should know that law crystals can make it more convenient for us to cultivate. But do you know how to strengthen our foundation? How to cultivate? We will have to rely on this fortune chi. Xian Yuan explained. Cultivators need to absorb the spirit energy between heaven and earth in order to cultivate. For celestial venerables, it is naturally possible to absorb the spirit energy between heaven and earth, but the efficiency is too low. Creation chi is the essence of creation. Even if you absorb just a little, it is better than absorbing spirit energy for thousands of years. With the creation chi, people are naturally unwilling to absorb more spirit energy. I see, no wonder. Yi Shiwen said, no wonder the heavenly venerables fell out with the fortune god dynasty. If they really let the fortune god dynasty monopolize the fortune chi, no one would be able to survive. Of course, fortune chi is a good thing. Everyone wants it. The fortune god dynasty's famous mysterious fortune pill is refined with fortune chi as the main material, Xian Yuan said with a smile. So that's how it is. No wonder it can greatly improve one's cultivation, said Yi Shiwen. He had obtained a mysterious good fortune pill before. Naturally, he knew what kind of existence the mysterious good fortune pill was. It was incomparably precious to an emperor. For an emperor, a mysterious fortune pill refined with fortune chi is naturally incomparably precious. But for us heavenly venerables, the effect is a little worse. Still, it is quite a good cultivation treasure, Xian Yuan said with a smile. But if you think that it is really difficult to produce mysterious fortune pills, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, the fortune god dynasty has a lot of them. The fortune god dynasty has accumulated a lot of good things for so many years, Xian Yuan said as he took a sip of wine. Speaking of which, although I have entered the heavenly venerable realm, there are still many things that I don't understand. Let me take this opportunity to ask for your advice, Yi Shiwen said with a cupped fist salute. Not asking for advice. Let's discuss the Tao, Xian Yuan said with a smile. It seemed that Yi Shiwen's original body was being held back here. At the same time, in the human race divine court, a seal quietly broke, and another Yi Shiwen walked out. Greetings, master. Bien Shao Yu respectfully saluted and said. He felt a bit strange in his heart. He naturally knew about this seal. Before Yi Shiwen had left, he had repeatedly told him to undo this seal if the human race encountered something that they couldn't solve. His incarnation was inside, so ordinary problems were not a problem. But now, because of Yi Shiwen's power, who would dare to cause trouble for the human race? In addition, the human race had been busy annexing the heaven-devouring demon clan's territory all these years, so they basically did not expand. Therefore, they did not offend anyone. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to offend the human race. The moment she sensed that the seal had been broken, she was already here. But she felt a little strange. He did not break the seal, so why did the seal break by itself? Yi Shiwen glanced at Bian Xiaoye, and a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. He said, You don't need to have any doubts. The seal was indeed not broken by you, but by my original body. My original body is being held back, so it is inconvenient for me to act. But there are some things that I need to deal with, so I broke the seal. I see. Master, what do you need me to do? Bian Xiaoye asked immediately. I don't need you to do much. Just cultivate step by step, Yi Shiwen said. Yes, Bian Xiaoye said. Yi Shiwen looked at her and nodded slightly. Then he took a step forward and headed in the direction of the fortune god dynasty. This was just an incarnation formed by a wisp of his spirit and spiritual power. Naturally, it could not be compared to his original body, but in terms of combat power, it had the cultivation of a peak emperor lord. But because it was not his original body and did not have a physical body, it could not be preserved for long. Originally, it was only used to delay the human race when they were in danger, so he did not think too much about it. But he did not expect that it would be put to use at this moment. Now that his original body was being held back by Xian Yuan, he could not personally kill Emperor God Rui. He could only let this incarnation do it. But this was also good. He could use the excuse of being held back by Xian Yuan to extricate himself from this matter. No one would be able to predict that he would kill Emperor God Rui. To him, although Emperor God Rui was strong, he wasn't a match for him. It was just like how the incarnations of immortal Miao Miao and Emperor Hunyuan were much stronger than ordinary peak Emperor Kings. After attaining the Celestial Master Realm, the fighting power of his incarnation was much stronger than ordinary people could imagine. It was only slightly weaker than his original self before he passed his God's test. It was more than enough to deal with Emperor God Rui. Moreover, if a Heavenly Master wanted to sneak in, it would be too big of a target. This was just right. Even if an incarnation was defeated, it would not be in any danger. Yi Shiwen could create many such incarnations. Although it was only an incarnation, it had already used many of the understanding and techniques of the Heavenly Master Realm. His speed was much faster than his original body before the Heavenly Tribulation. In just 3 days, he had already arrived at the periphery of the Fortune God's capital. At this time, the periphery of the Fortune God's capital had already become a super battlefield. It was not much different from the time when he had left. There were no strong experts coming. Those who came were the Fortune God dynasty's direct descendants elites, but it was useless. Even though they were elites, they were no different from ants in front of the foreign domain's heavenly venerables. In the absence of the Fortune God dynasty's heavenly venerables, all of their efforts were laughable and useless. Therefore, even the elites who came to support from the foreign domains did not dare to approach the battlefield. They could only stay close to the battlefield and faintly surround the foreign domain army. Under normal circumstances, the foreign domain army would definitely think of a way to wipe out the foreign domain army that had cut off their path of retreat. But now they were indifferent, as if they knew that the foreign domain army did not pose a threat to them and did not care at all. There was a strange feeling in all of this. But now that Yi Shiwen knew the truth, he was not surprised. If it was just to force the heavenly masters of the Fortune God dynasty to compromise and make concessions, then everything was normal. Unless the foreign domain really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Fortune God dynasty and fight to the death. Otherwise, they would not really start a war. This was something that all the heavenly masters knew in their hearts. The next step was to see who could not bear it first. Chapter 30:360. On the Fortune Divine Dynasty side, the several Emperor Lords were all top-notch experts. Just one of them alone could suppress a territory and ensure its safety. Originally, it was difficult for ordinary heavenly venerables to compete with them, but now all the heavenly venerables under the heavens wanted to go against them. Whether it was the heavenly venerables from the other domains or the Fortune Divine Dynasty's native heavenly venerables, none of them were willing to let the Fortune Divine Dynasty be the only force that could suppress them easily in the future. Although the strength of a heavenly venerables was only one aspect of a force's strength, it was also a very important aspect. If the Fortune Divine Dynasty's heavenly venerables' cultivation base rose sharply, then their authority and influence would inevitably be greatly expanded. In other words, they would definitely have to give up more of their forces. Over time, they would have no choice but to submit to the Fortune Divine Dynasty. In the Fortune world, everything was cruel. Only strength mattered. The strong could naturally obtain more, and in order to become stronger, one had to snatch more. This was a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle. No one wished to be left behind by others, so the competition was even more intense. "It's broken! It's broken!" Suddenly, a burst of cheers came from the camp of the foreign army. Then Yi Shiwen saw that the incomparably huge blood-red drumstick had directly broken through the defensive area of the divine capital of Fortune. Just like the area that Yi Shiwen had defended before, many elites in the divine capital of Fortune who didn't manage to retreat in time were annihilated in an instant and turned into clouds of blood rain. However, this blood-red drumstick absorbed the blood rain, making the blood-red drumstick even more powerful. It was truly a monstrous and ferocious force. In just a few days' time, the outer zone of the Fortune Divine Capital's defensive zone had already been broken through. The troops had already surrounded the Fortune Divine Capital's city walls. However, This didn't mean that the foreign domain's army could break through the Fortune Divine Capital's walls. On the contrary, an even more cruel siege had just begun. The foreign domain life forms soared into the sky, wanting to rush into the city, but there was no other way. There were many formations buried under the Fortune Divine Capital's walls that directly blocked the ability to fly. Although it didn't matter to real experts, it was like falling into a trap of death for ordinary Tao confirmation level life forms. They could only desperately think of ways to climb up. Even their claws couldn't really grasp the city walls because there were all kinds of talismans and formations on the city walls that were similarly incomparably sturdy. It was no different from a fantasy story for them to reach the city walls with just their claws. It was precisely because of this that it was extremely difficult to climb up the towering city walls of the Fortune Divine Capital. Many a time, one could only climb up by using the corpses of their companions as stepping stones. On the other hand, the elites of the Fortune Divine Capital could attack calmly. Powerful arrows rained down one after another, and each arrow was powerful enough to slice off a mountain. Although the elites of the Fortune Divine Capital had suffered heavy casualties, the foreign domain life forms had suffered even more. Their huge size was originally an advantage, but it had become their weakness at this time. The elites of the Fortune Divine Capital didn't need to aim at all. They only needed to throw their arrows, and they could hit their targets. Once they were hit, their huge bodies would often explode into a huge bloody hole. Blood would spurt out and bone fragments would fly in all directions. However, they didn't dare to not go forward. Behind them were the God Kings and Boundary Emperors supervising the battle formation. Behind those God Kings and Boundary Emperors were supervising the battle formation. At the most crucial moment, even the God Kings, Boundary Emperors, and Boundary Emperors had to personally go into battle. This was because it was super heavenly venerates like the Pantheon heavenly venerates who were tasked with this task. To the heavenly venerates, who were top powerhouses, these people were merely a bunch of ants. They were simply a bunch of numbers. If they dared to not go forward, only death awaited them. Therefore, they would rather fight with their lives on the line. They would die in the hands of their own heavenly venerates and implicate their clansmen. Under such circumstances, the foreign domain life forms were unafraid of death. However, they didn't know that the ones who would decide the outcome of the battle weren't them, but the high and mighty heavenly venerates. If the heavenly venerates didn't take action, it was useless no matter how hard they fought. But it was useless because they were weak, and the weak couldn't control their own lives. The top powerhouses of the Fortune Divine Dynasty didn't take action, and the foreign domain heavenly venerates didn't take action either. Both sides seemed to have some sort of tacit understanding and didn't tear off all pretense of cordiality. In the past, Yishuin didn't understand, but now he understood. The foreign domain heavenly venerates were forcing space-time heavenly venerates and the other rulers of the Fortune Divine Dynasty to bow their heads. And these armies were merely cannon fodder in the game between the two sides. No one really cared about the lives of these ordinary people. Although it was cruel, it was a fact. It was a cruel fact. Yi Shiwen glanced around and immediately blended in with the foreign domain life forms attacking the city and sneaked into the Fortune Divine Capital. With Yi Shiwen's strength, it was too easy for him to not be discovered. Unless he was targeted by a heavenly venerate, he wouldn't be discovered. Generally speaking, heavenly venerates wouldn't be so bored as to pay attention to these small places. What they needed to do was to activate the blood-colored drumsticks and break through the city walls of the Fortune Divine Capital. Now that the outer perimeter had been cleared, they only needed to climb over the city walls to enter the interior of the Fortune Divine Capital. It was too easy. Moreover, as a general who had previously guarded the Fortune Divine Capital, Yi Shiwen was very familiar with the many enchantments and array formations within the Fortune Divine Capital. It was very easy to sneak past them. Soon, Yi Shiwen snuck into the Fortune Divine Capital and used an invisibility technique to walk freely on the streets of the Fortune Divine Capital. At this time, although there was a fierce battle going on outside the Fortune Divine capital, the atmosphere inside was tense but not chaotic. Although this was a city, it was too big. It was like a continent. Even if they were a little further away, they wouldn't be able to feel the intensity of the battle. Although they knew that the battle ahead was exciting, it was really difficult to feel anything. However, the battle soldiers that flew across the sky still reminded them of what was going on. The once-in-a-lifetime siege of the Fortune Divine capital was happening right in front of their eyes. Yi Shiwen didn't tell anyone about his return to the Fortune Divine capital because what he was going to do next couldn't be seen by anyone. However, just as Yi Shiwen was about to head to the true core of the Fortune Divine capital, the Fortune Heavenly Palace that had been built during the reign of the Fortune Heavenly Lord, an incomparably loud explosion suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, the originally incomparably sturdy defensive array suddenly had an incomparably huge hole punched through it. Boundless energy waves directly swept out. Everyone was stunned. What the hell happened? How did they directly break into the interior of the Fortune Divine capital? This was something that had never happened before. One had to know that the defense of the Fortune Divine capital wasn't that simple. However, it was this attack that completely opened up a crack in the Fortune Divine capital. Creatures from the foreign domains also took advantage of this opportunity to rush in. One after another, extremely huge, ferocious beasts from the foreign domains rushed in, scaring everyone on the way. These ferocious beasts from the foreign domains didn't stay here for long. Instead, they headed straight for the Fortune Heavenly Palace in the center of the Fortune Divine capital. That was the core of the entire Fortune Divine capital and also the command center of the entire Fortune Divine capital. This also made those who were afraid of being slaughtered feel as if they had escaped into the heavens. They hurriedly fled into the distance and didn't dare to approach at all. Yi Shiwen had opened his heavenly eye and naturally saw everything clearly. At the critical moment just now, it was precisely a saber light that had descended from the sky and swept over, directly cutting open the ultimate defense of the Fortune Divine capital. The foreign domains must have used some kind of method. However, compared to the blood-colored drumstick, this kind of attack was only a one-time use method, just like the sword aura that Yi Shiwen had stored in the altar. There's not much time left. Yi Shiwen immediately realized that as these people broke in, whether it was the four great heavenly masters of the East, South, West, or space-time heavenly master, none of them would be able to continue their closed-door training in peace. Moreover, Pan Tian Master and the others had obviously forced space-time heavenly master and the others out in one go, not giving them any chance to continue hiding. The crack that had broken in from the outside would not take long to heal. At that time, it would be very difficult for them to even leave, and they might even be trapped here. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't risk their lives, but now they had gone completely crazy for the sake of the Fortune Chi. If they failed, there naturally wouldn't be any results in the short term, but after a long time, they would have to submit to the Fortune Divine dynasty forever. Even if there was only this possibility, they absolutely couldn't accept such an outcome. Therefore, they had to fight because this was the most likely time to succeed. This time, even the other super sects and super powerful clans of the Fortune Divine dynasty were supporting them from behind. If they missed this opportunity, there would no longer be any possibility of resisting the Fortune Divine dynasty. Even if it was dangerous, they had to take the risk. They didn't have much time left, and similarly, Yi Shiwen didn't have much time left. Yi Shiwen shot towards the Fortune Heavenly Palace. At this time, the Fortune Heavenly Palace was also in chaos because no one had expected the foreign domains creatures to directly cross the Fortune Divine capital's walls and directly attack the Fortune Heavenly Palace. It was precisely because no one had expected this that the foreign domains creatures had the opportunity to attack the Fortune Divine capital in one fell swoop. At this time, Yi Shiwen had also quietly hidden in the Fortune Heavenly Palace. Chapter 3361. The Fortune Heavenly Palace was built during the reign of the Fortune Heavenly Monarch. It was the place where the Fortune Heavenly Monarch ruled the world. It was also the core of the entire Fortune God dynasty, and even the core of the entire Fortune world. The entire Fortune Heavenly Palace was intricate and complex, with layers upon layers of formations and boundaries. Although the Fortune Heavenly Palace might not encounter a surprise attack for countless years, once it did, it would definitely be a big deal. Therefore, the security here was the strictest. Yi Shiwen would have to spend a lot of effort to completely sneak in if he wanted to. Nobody was a match for his incarnation except for a few great heavenly masters. However, there were still many arrays and barriers, so it was inevitable that his figure would be exposed. But now was different. The foreign armies were attacking and chaos was everywhere. This provided him with a perfect opportunity. A good opportunity to sneak in. Chaos were everywhere, and no one noticed that there was one more person. At this time, the Fortune Divine Dynasty's true strength was on full display. Although it looked like the Fortune Heavenly Palace, the last nest of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, had been attacked, in reality, there was still a steady stream of elites flying out from various dimensional planes. These were the true trump cards of the Fortune Divine Capital, the elite troops hidden within the Fortune Heavenly Palace. There were actually over 1 million of them, and the ratio of God King Realm and Quasi-Emperor Realm experts among them was so high that it sent chills down one's spine. Without such a strong foundation, the Fortune Divine Dynasty wouldn't be able to suppress all the forces. This should be one of the most elite troops of the Fortune God Dynasty. If you don't count me in, just this army is enough to wipe out the human race. Yi Shiwen sighed. The foundation of the Fortune God Dynasty was indeed far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was no wonder that the Fortune God Dynasty could remain as stable as Mount Tai even when there were super sects and the top 10 powerful clans occupying a region. If the influence of heavenly venerables was not included, just this army alone was enough to wipe out a super tyrant of the top 10 powerful clans. Who knew how many years it took to accumulate such a force? The human race did not have such a foundation. Compared to these super behemoths, the human race was still too far away. But he did not lament for long. He immediately entered the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace, avoiding the defensive boundaries and formations. As he ventured deeper into the Fortune Heavenly Palace, he saw many dimensional planes with hidden treasures that had been breached by alien life forms. Those powerful alien life forms were wantonly plundering them. These subplanes were the treasury of the Fortune God Capital, and no one knew how deep they were. There were layers upon layers of space, forming a world of their own. Who knew how many rare treasures, elixirs, and so on were hidden inside? These things formed the true foundation of the Fortune God Dynasty. Fortune God Dynasty had not been attacked for countless years. Of the God Capital, God Dynasty's Fortune God Capital, so God Dynasty's treasury was always full, and now God Dynasty's domain. There were gourds that contained medicinal pills, as well as many powerful magic treasures. There were books that recorded supreme martial arts, scriptures that were engraved with the principles of the Great Tao, and all sorts of rare materials. There were also all sorts of divine weapons. Many foreign creatures who obtained these treasures had their cultivation soar, especially those who had swallowed elixirs. Some of them had died from overeating, while others had their cultivation soar, becoming great experts in an instant. Their cultivation soared, and suddenly the elites of the Fortune God Capital were forced to retreat. Yi Shiwen could even see some pseudo-Dao tools mixed in among them. These pseudo-Dao tools were refined to imitate the genuine Dao tools. The only difference was that the Emperor had branded his own great way on them. In terms of power, these pseudo-Dao tools were also great. It could be said that they were extremely rare because the difficulty of refining pseudo-Dao tools was slightly lower than that of Dao tools. The raw materials were the same as the Emperor's Dao tools. There are so many treasures. This is indeed the foundation of the Fortune God dynasty. But it would be a pity if these things were to be taken by you beasts, especially these elixirs. If my human race obtains them, the strength of the entire race will go up a level, and we will be able to catch up with the top 10 clans in the shortest time. Yi Shiwen could clearly see that many of these elixirs were elixirs that could increase cultivation. It would be a pity if they were taken by those foreign creatures. He immediately decided to act secretly. As the saying goes, a horse will not get fat without grass at night, and a man will not get rich without wealth. He himself had little use for these things, but the human race could use them. He immediately formed a big hand and swept away all these magic treasures, elixirs, heavenly treasures, and divine weapons. Those foreign creatures had just broken into the treasury and wanted to plunder wantonly. But before they could plunder much, they were intercepted by someone else. They immediately became furious and roared. Then they twisted their huge bodies and attacked Yi Shiwen. However, how could these people pose any threat to Yi Shiwen? They just blew a mouthful of air, and it transformed into tribulation winds that Yi Shiwen had encountered when he had crossed the tribulation. And these foreign creatures were blown into ashes in an instant. Hundreds and thousands of them turned into nothingness. These things piled up like a sea and were all absorbed into the inner world that Yi Shiwen had formed. At this time, even if his inner world was just an incarnation, it was boundless, just like a sea of stars. Although there were many elixirs and magic treasures, it was not enough to fill it. These foreign creatures were killed in an instant. Then Yi Shiwen followed the foreign creatures. Every time they broke into a treasury and slaughtered the elites of the Fortune God dynasty guarding the treasury, Yi Shiwen would take action and sweep away all the treasures in the treasury. All the valuable magic treasures, elixirs, Taoist scriptures, martial arts manuals, everything was taken away. In this chaotic situation, no one noticed the abnormality here. Heaven's secrets were in chaos, and everyone thought that these things were taken away by foreign creatures. The deeper in the treasury, the more precious the things in the treasury were. Outside, there were only ordinary divine tools. Inside, there were top-grade divine tools. The frequency of pseudo-Dao tools was also increasing, and there were even a lot of Dao tools. These were left behind by the local masters of the Fortune God dynasty or foreign creatures. They had become the foundation of the Fortune God dynasty, and now these things had become Yi Shiwen's. Just like that, they swept through layer by layer. The foreign army also went all out, so the speed of their sweep was very fast. They broke through a lot of treasure vaults of the Fortune divine capital, but most of them fell into Yi Shiwen's hands in the end. As for the foreign emperor monarchs, they were busy contending with the Fortune divine capital's top experts, and could not be bothered with these matters. The emperor masters of the Fortune heavenly palace were also fighting desperately, so no one paid attention to this side. Yi Shiwen was naturally overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, the wealth he plundered was fast. In just a short period of time, the wealth he had plundered was enough to increase the foundation of the human race by several times. Even so, compared to the boundless treasury of the Fortune God dynasty, it was still a drop in the ocean. Unless he could break through the entire Fortune heavenly palace, it was impossible to take all the accumulated wealth for himself. But with his current strength, if he really did that, the consequences would be severe. It was not a big deal to follow behind the foreign army and get some wealth. But if he took all the wealth away, then the four great heavenly masters would probably go berserk. But even so, Yi Shiwen was already very satisfied. When these wealth were integrated into the human race, it would not be a problem for the human race's strength to increase by several times. He estimated that there would be 1 or 2 more emperor masters. At this time, within the heavenly palace of Fortune, more and more tyrannical auras were boiling and awakening. This meant that many of the peerless powerhouses sleeping within the heavenly palace of Fortune were awakening and joining the ranks of the foreign creatures. Yi Shiwen even saw the silhouette of Pan Tian Tian flickering. It seemed as if he was resisting the enchantments and arrays of the good fortune heavenly palace. These interceptions and arrays had been specially processed. Yi Shiwen only needed to be careful and avoid them. However, the foreign army had to use all their strength to attack them one by one, breaking through them one by one in order to pass through. If Pan Tian hadn't been at the front to attack cities and break through the arrays and boundaries for them, the foreign army would not have been able to pass so smoothly. The Fortune God dynasty's foundation was recovering. If Pan Tian hadn't been at the front to break through the enemy lines, this foreign army that had suddenly attacked the Fortune heavenly palace would have been annihilated in no time. But even so, the recovered foundation of the Fortune God dynasty made it so that even the foreign army, led by a top existence like Pan Tian, couldn't move an inch forward. Yi Shiwen took advantage of the time when the elites of the Fortune God dynasty and the foreign army were being held up, and quietly sneaked into the depths of the Fortune heavenly palace. When he saw all kinds of good things, he also took some of them, but he didn't dare to take all of them like he did outside. Because the foreign army was acting as a shield outside, no one knew where the wealth ended up. But if he acted recklessly here, he would be found out very quickly. And Yi Shiwen's main goal was to find Emperor God Rui and kill him. Previously, there had been 2 attempts to kill Yi Shiwen at the hands of the foreign army, and Yi Shiwen remembered all of it. He wasn't a guy who liked to let things go. Vengeance was his character. Even after becoming a heavenly venerable, it hadn't changed. To these top powerhouses, a heart of innocence was incomparably important. His figure flashed between the many palaces, shuttling back and forth, searching. Soon he seemed to have found something, and quickly flew in a direction. Chapter 3362. As Yi Shiwen shuttled through the palace, he constantly calculated the whereabouts of Emperor God Rui. Although the sky was chaotic, he quickly found Emperor God Rui. At this time, Emperor God Rui was not in the center commanding the army to resist the attack of the foreign army. Instead, he arrived at the entrance of a treasure house. He opened the treasure house, and suddenly the fragrance of elixirs filled the air. Yi Shiwen recognized it in an instant. Wasn't this the mysterious creation pill that he had swallowed in the past? At this time, in this treasure vault, mysterious creation pills were piled up like a mountain, overflowing with elixir energy. If an ordinary deity took a breath, their cultivation would increase by tens of thousands of years. It was an extremely precious treasure. After taking a few breaths of the elixir energy, Emperor God Rui felt that his cultivation was growing faintly. However, he still did not take the mysterious creation pills. This was a reward that only those who had made great contributions to the Fortune God dynasty could receive. Only those few heavenly masters were qualified to control him. They were the true owners of these mysterious creation pills. Therefore, he did not have the qualifications to own them. He could only receive mysterious creation pills after making great contributions. Of course, it was much easier for him to obtain them than Yi Shiwen. His cultivation far surpassed many of his peers, and he was even comparable to an old senior like the Battle Emperor. It was because of this convenience that he had been able to assist the space-time Heavenly Venerate in controlling the Fortune Divine Dynasty for a long time. Although Space-Time Heavenly Master was the ruler of the Fortune God Dynasty, he could not control everything in the Fortune God Dynasty at all times, just like Yi Shiwen's status in the human race. Yi Shiwen was also at the top of the hierarchy. Nominally, he was in charge of everything, but in reality, he only took care of the most important things, which were related to the fate of the race. For ordinary things, the human sovereign, the Fengyi clan, and even the lower-level quasi-emperors would take care of them in an orderly manner. And Emperor God Rui took advantage of this opportunity to obtain great benefits for him. Therefore, his cultivation was on par with the Battle Emperor, and he could truly control the Fortune God Dynasty. However, even so, he could not casually take away strategic resources like the mysterious creation pills. Even if the mysterious creation pills were piled up like a mountain, he could not casually touch them. Even if he had enough authority to obtain them, he needed to at least have enough authority. After all, he wasn't the true master of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Even the space-time Heavenly Venerate couldn't casually absorb a large amount of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's treasures, because there were still the East, South, West, and West Heavenly Venerates restricting each other. Therefore, even if it was right in front of them, they couldn't casually snatch it away like Yishuin. He wasn't anxious about the foreign armies that were constantly launching surprise attacks from outside, because he had already sent people to inform the other lords. At the same time, he who had been accompanying Space-Time Empyrean knew very well why these foreign armies had come and what they wanted to achieve. Naturally, it was impossible for them to destroy the divine capital of creation, because if they had such foolish thoughts, they would be the first to be buried in the Fortune Divine capital. What a pity! Emperor God Rui let out a sigh. None of this belonged to him. After reaching this stage, it was actually very difficult for his cultivation to progress any further. He already represented the limits of the Emperor-King realm. Not everyone was like the lightning monarch who had survived a calamity, and not everyone was a monster like Yishuin. He was already at his limit. Unless he attracted heaven's retribution, it would be impossible for his cultivation to progress any further. He could only improve himself bit by bit. Yes, it's a pity that none of this belongs to you. It's a pity that you will also die here today. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded, giving Emperor God Rui a fright. Given his cultivation was already at the peak of the Emperor-King realm, it was impossible for others to approach him so silently. This was the reason why he was shocked. However, he quickly regained his senses and knew the identity of the person who had come, because he couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Martial Emperor. That's right, it's me. Yishuin's figure slowly appeared in front of him. You're actually not dead yet. Emperor God Rui looked at Yishuin with some surprise. Because the heaven's secret was completely chaotic here, he couldn't calculate whether Yishuin was dead or alive. However, in his opinion, Yishuin was definitely dead after being attacked by the blood-red drumstick and provoking Pantheon Venerable. He was still secretly delighted that he had so cleverly eliminated such a powerful opponent. However, Yishuin had returned in a domineering manner, giving him a hard slap in the face. All of his previous thoughts now seemed to be nothing but his own wishful thinking. Yes, I'm not dead yet. Are you disappointed? You arranged so many methods to deal with me, but I'm still alive. Yishuin had a faint smile on his face. It's a pity that you had so many methods. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be dead. Martial Emperor, the foreign creatures are invading now. Instead of resisting, what are you trying to do here? Are you coveting the mysterious creation pill here? That's a crime of disobedience. Emperor God Rui hurriedly threatened. A crime of disobedience? Yishuin sneered. Do you still think I care now? Obviously, Emperor God Rui was isolated from the outside world. Even the heaven's secret could not detect him. Otherwise, it was impossible that such a big news like him attaining Tao would not have no news at all. This was the divine capital of fortune. If the news was so outdated, then it would not be far from destruction. I've already left, and now I've returned personally. Why do you think I'm doing this? Yishuin said coldly. Isn't it to kill you? How dare you? Emperor God Rui's eyebrows immediately stood up. He could not restrain his anger, and his eyes were burning with great anger. Someone actually treated him as prey. After he had left, he still dared to return to find a chance to kill him. You're really courting death, Martial Emperor. Just because of what you said, not only will you die, but the human race will also die. Who do you think you are? Even if you're stronger than me, this is my home ground. Do you think you can survive? He did not take Yishuin seriously at all. This was his home ground, and he had the absolute advantage. Not only his own strength, but he could also mobilize the power of the enchantments and formations in the heavenly palace of fortune to kill Yixuan in one fell swoop. Not to mention, there were many elites here who could be mobilized at any time to kill Yixuan. With the foundation of the heavenly palace of fortune, even a heavenly master could be killed if he rashly attacked, let alone Yixuan, who was only a peak emperor lord. In his opinion, Yixuan was really courting death. If he had wanted to find an excuse to kill Yixuan previously, then there was no need for that now. A ready-made reason had already been delivered to his door. Yixuan attacking the treasure vault was enough to kill him. When the time came, he could find a crime for him. Even the stubborn old battle emperor would not be able to find any reason to question him, who would really run around for a dead man. Moreover, he had the support of a super expert like Space-Time Heavenly Master. No one could do anything to him. However, he soon realized that something was wrong, because his order to mobilize the elites was like a stone thrown into the sea. There was no response from anyone at all. He wanted to mobilize the enchantments and formations, but there was no response at all. This abnormal situation immediately sent a chill down his spine, and he became vigilant. At this moment, Yixuan smiled and said, "Did you realize that you can't call for help? Or have you isolated yourself from the outside world? Did you do something?" Emperor God Rui calmed down after confirming that it was Yixuan's doing. People were most afraid of the unknown. Once they knew, everything was not so scary anymore. "That's right, it's me. Why do you think I told you so much just now? It's to isolate you from the outside world. Although you are still standing here, but in fact, you are already in a different plane," Yixuan said indifferently. The fundamental reason why he had said so much to Emperor God Rui was to set up enchantment to isolate Emperor God Rui from the outside world. It was to buy time. "Impossible. I am a peak Emperor Lord. How can I not notice any changes in the plane?" Emperor God Rui denied immediately because he did not believe that someone could change his location without him knowing. Even if he used this method to deal with a first-stage Emperor Lord who had just entered the Emperor Lord realm, it was unlikely that he would succeed. No matter how big the gap between the two sides was, such a big movement, and movement could not be done silently. "Why is it impossible? I have already entered the Heavenly Master realm," Yixuan said with a cold smile. "Now that the divine capital of fortune is in a mess and all information has been isolated by the foreign army, you may not know that I have already passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the Heavenly Master realm. Of course you will not understand, because this is the method of a Heavenly Master." "Humph, Martial Emperor, don't you dare use words to disturb my mind. If you had entered the Heavenly Master realm, you wouldn't even need to use this method. You can kill me directly." Emperor God Rui sneered. In his opinion, he had already found the truth, and this was just Yixuan's boasting. He was shocked by him just now, and almost had the urge to turn around and escape. However, when he came back to his senses, he still felt that he had been deceived. He knew very well how big the gap between an Emperor Lord and a Heavenly Master was. Even if he was a peak Emperor Lord, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. One more blow and he would die. The process was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Chapter 3363. After killing Emperor God Rui, Yixuan kept Emperor God Rui in his inner world, then looked at the treasure vault. Although the treasure vault was set up ingeniously, it was not difficult for him to open it, having seen the handprint of Emperor God Rui opening it. Rumble. As the treasure vault slowly opened, endless elixir chi rushed out again. Yixuan opened his mouth and sucked it all into his body. Suddenly, he felt his body solidify a lot, and he immediately formed a new physical body. This was a real physical body, not a body that was a mixture of yuan qi and laws. An additional incarnation with a physical body was undoubtedly very useful for the human race. It could be said that there was another peak Emperor Lord to oversee the human race, because with a real physical body, there was no need to worry that it could dissipate at any time. This was completely different from a Yuan Shin incarnation. Originally, Yi Shiwen didn't have the idea of forming an incarnation's body. After all, the cost of forming such a body was too great. Moreover, there weren't many benefits for him. After all, his incarnation was powerful. However, it wouldn't take much effort for him to kill an incarnation with the strength of his main body. However, now that he had absorbed the sky full of elixir chi, the situation was different. The elixir chi was thick and did not dissipate. It had accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and he absorbed it all in one breath. It was equivalent to swallowing dozens of mysterious creation pills in one breath. Only then could his physical body become a sage and create another physical body out of thin air. However, if that was the case, this physical body could only reach this level and could not advance any further in this lifetime. It was created out of thin air, and with such strength it was possible to rely on his main body's understanding of the heavenly master law. It could be said that he was born with the cultivation of a peak emperor lord, but was limited by this and could not advance any further in this lifetime. He would need a lot of mysterious creation pills if he wanted to completely clear the acupoints and become his second avatar. However, if he really succeeded, the result would be extremely gratifying. Then his avatar would also have the ability to cultivate, and it would be much easier for him to enter the celestial master realm in the future. With his main body protecting him, there was no need to worry about external interference. As long as he survived the heavens' retribution, the human race would have two heavenly masters protecting him. The power of the human race would instantly increase by a lot. A race could be a person's wings, but conversely, a person's strength could also be a race's wings. For Yi Shiwen, this hidden trump card could not only protect the human race when he wasn't around. Most importantly, it could also leave a way out for himself. In case of an accident, he wouldn't die with this external incarnation. At a critical moment, it might even be of great help to him. He had known this before, but he had never tried it before because the resources consumed were too exaggerated. It was not difficult for him to casually create a god realm outer body incarnation, but what was the use of that? But now that he had these mysterious creation pills, it would be much simpler. This was a huge fortune. However, even if there was a huge fortune in front of him, he couldn't take it all. Otherwise, the furious heavenly masters would definitely join forces to calculate it. At that time, he might not be able to keep this secret with his skills. If he only took a little less, the heavenly masters wouldn't notice. Yi Shiwen had plundered tens of thousands of Xian creation pills from the treasury. It was like a mountain of wealth had been plundered by him. Even so, he had only taken less than 1/10 of the total wealth. He didn't take more. Otherwise, the heavenly masters would definitely be alarmed. This could only be done during the chaos. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have had this opportunity. Now, he didn't think of fighting against the heavenly masters. First, it wasn't necessary. Second, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the siege of those people. He couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he had made a great contribution and risked his life to obtain a mysterious creation pill. That mysterious creation pill helped him rush all the way to the peak of the 9th realm. Now he casually took away tens of thousands of them. The world had changed. At the same time, he was deeply shocked by the foundation of the Fortune God dynasty. With his current strength, it was indeed unwise to make an enemy of the Fortune God dynasty. But it didn't matter. If he hadn't been forced into a dead end, he wouldn't have chosen to go against the Fortune God dynasty. There was no need for that. He could use the Fortune God dynasty as his wings to protect him as he continued to grow. With tens of thousands of mysterious creation pills, he could say that as long as he came out of seclusion, his cultivation would improve. Who knew how many years of time he would save? After closing the door of the treasure house, Yi Shiwen didn't stay for long. Since he had killed Emperor God Rui, he had achieved his goal. Moreover, he had obtained tens of thousands of mysterious creation pills. In addition to the wealth he had previously plundered, it was a huge harvest. He didn't stay any longer. He directly flew out of the Fortune Heavenly Palace. He could already sense that there was a powerful existence flying out from the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace. He didn't have much time left. He was only an incarnation, not the real body. He didn't have the ability to reverse the sky. Just as he left the Fortune Heavenly Palace, he saw a giant holding a blood-red drumstick in the void. Every time it smashed down, the entire Fortune Heavenly Palace shook violently. It was as if the sky was falling down. Tragic battles were everywhere. The alien life forms had already attacked the Fortune Heavenly Palace. At this moment, they were fighting with all their might. If they didn't fight, they would die. The elites of the Fortune God dynasty inside were the elites among the elites. Even though they were caught off guard, they weren't ordinary people. This was the final foundation of the Fortune God dynasty. Looking around, there were god kings and quasi-emperors everywhere. Many of these people had served in the Fortune God dynasty's army in their early years. Later, they left the Fortune God dynasty's army to cultivate in seclusion here. Counting their ages, there were many who had cultivated for more than 10 million years. Even though they hadn't reached the Emperor-Emperor realm, they were far stronger than the alien life forms. After all, even if these alien life forms cultivated to the Emperor-Emperor realm, they only had a lifespan of 10 million years. How could they be compared to these old monsters? These people were monsters who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After many years of war, their combat strength was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If Venerable Pantheon hadn't taken the lead to kill these top old monsters, it wouldn't have taken long for the alien life forms to be wiped out. It was a bit exaggerated to say that any random person here would be a sect master, but it was true that any random person here would be an elder of a great sect. After so many years of war, they had arranged for this great war. They had relied on the geographical advantage of the Heavenly Fortune Palace to challenge the Emperor monarchs. For a time, the entire scene was in a deadlock. Even Venerable Pantheon couldn't act presumptuously. Many Emperors had already been awakened from their closed-door cultivation and spontaneously formed a large formation to resist Venerable Pantheon. Even Venerable Pantheon couldn't break through the Fortune Heavenly Palace's defense system alone. He couldn't advance or retreat. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying saber light burst out from the depths of the void, instantly splitting into thousands of rays, directly sealing off the entire space. Regardless of whether they were quasi-emperors, divine kings, or divine kings, wherever the saber light passed, they were all annihilated into nothingness. Tens of thousands of foreign creatures were killed with a single saber strike. However, they were merely affected by the shock waves. The true target of the saber light was none other than the Pantheon sovereign. Countless saber lights sealed off his path of retreat, and another saber strike aimed at his forehead, intending to split him in half. Coiling Sky Sovereign, how dare you? Do you really think that there's no one in our Fortune God dynasty that can stop you? A loud bellow accompanied by a blade light swept out. Instantly, a gigantic palace appeared around Pantheon Tianzuan, protecting him within it. This was an extremely powerful protection. The Pantheon Palace was an immortal treasure that he had used to attain the Tao. Naturally, he would bring it along with him. Boom! The saber light sank into the Pantheon Palace, almost blasting away the restrictions within the Pantheon Palace and blasting Pantheon Tianzuan in half on the spot. However, although this saber light was extremely powerful, it was still unable to break through the defense of the Pantheon Palace and slash Pantheon Tianzuan in half. Senior South, if you want to kill me, come out yourself. I'm afraid that this saber chi alone won't be able to do anything to me. Pantheon Tianzuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood alone between heaven and earth, the focus of the world's attention. How dare you? At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace. It was a man dressed in a navy blue robe. This man had a head full of fiery red hair, like a blazing flame. His entire person looked sharp, as if he was looking down on the world. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. This was the supreme ruler who had ruled over the vast southern region for countless years, one of the most lofty people in the Fortune God dynasty, Senior South. What a terrifying power! Everyone felt the crushing pressure of this power. Almost everyone below the Emperor realm felt the urge to kneel down. The Emperor realm emperors were also trembling, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, he quickly retracted his aura. Only then did everyone feel a sense of relief. If you don't have guts, how could you have reached your current realm? Pan Tian Tianzuan sneered. Are the others still not willing to come out? Do you think you can leave if you come out? Senior South said coldly. Do you think you're still at your peak? If they really come out, you'll die today. Do you dare to kill me? A cold smile appeared on Pan Tian Tianzuan's face. Chapter 3364. If Yi Shiwen had really stepped into the heavenly master realm, why would he need to go through so much trouble to kill him? What could he do? Therefore, in his opinion, this was simply nonsense. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Yi Shiwen sneered. Emperor God Rui was originally not his match. Now he was not even qualified to be his opponent. Humph! Emperor God Rui snorted coldly. In an instant his body flickered, and he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Boundless laws flew out from his body and condensed into a terrifying giant hand that slammed down on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen casually pointed his finger and turned the terrifying giant hand into ashes. Not even a single hair on Yi Shiwen's body was hurt. What? Emperor God Rui was about to launch another attack, but was shocked to see that his attack had been casually dispelled by Yi Shiwen. This was the prelude to the attack, and it would affect the subsequent attack. How could he not be shocked? He tapped the void with the tip of his foot, and his figure suddenly flew behind him. Just as he was about to fly back, he saw a knife hand slash through the void. Even in a place like the Fortune Heavenly Palace, a black void crack appeared. Moreover, this was just a simple hand chop, which showed how terrifying the attack power was. Thump, thump, thump. Emperor God Rui, who had landed on the ground, took a few steps before finally coming to a stop. At that moment, he could still feel a chill running down his spine. If he had been a little slower, he would have been sliced into two by the hand blade. Yi Shiwen was indeed as terrifying and unfathomable as ever. If not, he would not have chosen to endure and wait for the foreign creatures to kill him. He would have done it himself. However, he was only surprised for a moment. After all, he had gone through hundreds of battles and gone through many trials and tribulations to attain his current cultivation and status. In an instant, he reacted. Clang! At this moment, a jasper sword streaked across the sky. It seemed as if it was about to split the horizon and slash towards Yi Shiwen. The might of a peak sovereign lord's attack was astonishing. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen's barrier and matrix locking it in this dimensional plane, such a big movement would have alarmed everyone. And in front of him, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared on Yi Shiwen's body, all kinds of martial arts, all kinds of magical weapons. All of them appeared in a flash, all in his martial arts world. It was only Yi Shiwen's doppelganger that was present now. Of course, it was impossible for him to have those Dao tools with him. However, with his current realm, there was no difference. He could condense the law talisman into a martial instrument with great power. Even though he didn't have many Dao tools with him, he could still use them because he had already turned this into a supreme secret technique. Boom! With a deafening rumble, the jade sword collided with the supreme secret technique. Hualalalala! A terrifying frenzy was set off in all directions. Yi Shiwen's supreme secret technique was contending against the Taoist tool, but he was not at a disadvantage. Trying to go against me with a secret technique, Emperor God Rui roared and flew up into the sky. Then he transformed into a huge dragon and swooped down towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not have any Tao weapons, nor did he have a physical body. But with these secret techniques, he faced Emperor God Rui and fought against the strong enemy. After all, he was not in his original body. Because of this, he could not use some celestial master techniques. But even so, it was enough to go against Emperor God Rui. Pum, pum, pum. The battle between the two was extremely fast. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows. Yi Shiwen was slowly gaining the upper hand. Although he did not have any Tao weapons and was at a disadvantage most of the time, and without a physical body, his cultivation realm was far higher than Emperor God Rui's. This was the fundamental reason why he was able to gain the upper hand. When this power was pushed to its peak, the shock waves from the fight between the two of them became much smaller. It was as if two people without any true chi were fighting, and they would collapse at the first contact. The changes between moves were extremely quick. The long sword in Emperor God Rui's hand slashed out tens of thousands of sword techniques. The reason why Yi Shiwen was able to contend with Emperor God Rui with just a mystical secret skill was that he was able to suppress Emperor God Rui very quickly. 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen continued to use the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After a long period of mutual suppression, both sides could no longer maintain a balance. Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist shone with a terrifying divine light. All kinds of secret techniques and martial arts fell from his body like rain. But the rain was very special. All of them were fragments of laws. They scattered like rain, and when they hit the boundaries and arrays, there would be deafening banging sounds. Puff! Emperor God Rui retreated continuously. He was injured by the fist force and was sent flying. He wanted to counterattack, but the huge force penetrated his entire body, making it impossible for him to turn around. At this moment, all kinds of thunder and lightning roared around Yi Shiwen. The electric light was even more dazzling. The great Tao filled the sky, bursting with terrifying combat power that surpassed peak Emperor God Rui. Yi Shiwen looked down on Emperor God Rui strategically and did not take him seriously. But in reality, he did not hold back at all. He fought with all his might. Pum! Yi Shiwen stomped his feet. His entire body was like a meteor as he chased after Emperor God Rui. Then he punched through the sky, tearing the universe apart. Starlight bloomed and then extinguished. It was like a blooming flower of the great Tao from birth to death. This was in line with the meteorite pattern of the great Tao. The thunder and lightning around Yi Shiwen wrapped around his fist as he punched towards Emperor God Rui. In a moment of desperation, Emperor God Rui spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he felt the sky full of light scattering. The blood essence had all turned into a piece of jade aura. This jade aura carried unimaginable power as it blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Pum! The thunder and the jade aura collided violently. This was the ultimate clash between peak emperor gods. There were no tricks or plots, only a hot-blooded clash. At the same time, it was also a demonstration of one's own great Tao path. Blood spurted out instantly. Yi Shiwen's fist had smashed the jade chi and landed on Emperor God Rui's body. Bone fragments flew and blood splattered. In an instant, it was as though a flower had bloomed and Emperor God Rui's body almost exploded. His tyrannical physical body, his nomological laws, and his great Tao could not protect him from the attack. He spat out another mouthful of blood on the spot. The entire scene looked extremely tragic. Blood sprayed everywhere. At the same time, various nomological prisoners were imprinted in the void. In particular, the sky full of Emperor God Rui's jade aura had been shattered by Yi Shiwen's punch. In a direct confrontation of the great Tao, he was simply too weak. There was a huge gap between him and Yi Shiwen. How could this be? Emperor God Rui slammed hard onto the ground, creating a huge crater in the palace's ground. His entire body felt like it had fallen apart. He could not use any of his strength at all. He felt very strange. He had never expected Yi Shiwen to be so much stronger than him. They were both peak emperor gods, but he could not imagine the gap between them to be this big, especially now that Yi Shiwen had made it clear that he had not used any trump cards. He had not even used any Dao tools. Impossible. I am the peak of the Emperor God realm. How could anyone surpass me? Emperor God Rui's face was full of disbelief. In the Emperor God realm, he was almost invincible. He had truly reached the peak. Although it was a little arrogant for him to consider himself the peak of this realm, he was indeed qualified to do so. He could even say that before space-time, Heavenly Lord had attracted the Heavenly Lord tribulation. The difference between them was probably similar. Even if space-time Heavenly Lord was slightly more powerful at that time, it was impossible for him to achieve such a result. You are the peak? You still have a long way to go. Yi Shiwen, who had experienced this stage, naturally had a look of disdain on his face. If one were to say that he was the peak, it would only be possible if he had reached the same realm. Emperor God Rui seemed to be similar to the Battle Emperor. However, in fact, he was still not at the peak. Even if he were to really fight, he might not be a match for the Battle Emperor. Sometimes, skills only represented one aspect. The Battle Emperor had too much experience. Even heavenly lords of the same realm might not be a match for him. Not everyone was as freakish as Yi Shiwen, who had managed to escape death like the Electric Lord. Yi Shiwen sneered and stomped his foot down. It was as though all the power in the world had condensed into this foot, and it landed directly on Emperor God Rui's body. Pum! Emperor God Rui let out a blood-curdling screech. His body suddenly trembled violently and then split into pieces. The entire heavenly palace of fortune shook violently. If it wasn't for the barrier and the formation, the entire heavenly palace of fortune would have been affected and everyone would have been alarmed. Yi Shiwen stepped through God Emperor Rui Yi's body, causing it to disintegrate and forcing his primordial spirit out of his body. Damn it, Martial Emperor, I won't let you off. Emperor God Rui roared and struggled to release light from the depths of his spirit. He wanted to tear the space apart and escape. He couldn't care less about his body. He could tell that Yi Shiwen was definitely strong enough to kill him. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yi Shiwen sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Emperor God Ru Yi's spirit in his hand. Then he crushed it. The supreme celestial emperor, who had once ruled over the vast lands of the central region, had fallen here without a sound. Chapter 33:65. Do you dare to kill me? Pan Tian Tian's words confused the soldiers on both sides. In truth, they had no idea what was the root cause of this war. It was just that there were layers of pressure from above, forcing them to rush to the battlefield and attack the Fortune Divine Dynasty. However, no one knew what exactly happened between the higher-ups. Only Yi Shiwen, who had flown out of the Good Fortune Heavenly Palace, knew what had happened. Coiling Sky Supremacy wasn't alone. He represented all the Heavenly Venerables in the world. There wasn't a single Heavenly Venerable who didn't want a piece of the pie after the creation of the Good Fortune Key. This was the ambition of all the Empyreans in the world. This was where his confidence came from. Yi Shiwen wasn't a match for the Heavenly Venerables like Good Fortune Heavenly Venerables. So, he wouldn't be a match for all the Heavenly Venerables of the world with his current cultivation. The Fortune Divine Dynasty's several Heavenly Venerables also felt the same way. Would they dare to go against the world? They might not care about the ants of the world, but they couldn't ignore the Empyreans of the world. Why not? Don't think that you can do whatever you want here. Southern Tianzuin smiled coldly. His body seemed to be burning with flames as he released his nomological laws, shocking the world. Ha ha ha, Holy Lord Nan, it's been many years since we last met. Why are you so stern now? Pan Tianzuin burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he even bent over. It was a maniacal and morbid laughter. In the end, you've lived like a prince for too long. You don't dare to take a gamble. If I were you, I'd be willing to give it a try. If I win, I'll be invincible under the heavens. If I lose, so what? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be speechless. Whose side is this Pan Tian Tian standing on? Or does he have some deep hatred? Even though he knows that there will be a problem, he still taunts Southern Tianzuan. Impudent, heavenly venerate, Nan roared with obvious anger on his face. Hee, Pan Tian Tian sneered. Speak, what do you plan to do? If you don't agree, the next time the Fortune Divine Capital is surrounded, it won't be me. Pan Tian Tian naturally knew the reason behind this. He also knew that by doing this, he would definitely offend those people from the Fortune Divine Dynasty. But what could he do? Who asked him to be weak? Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only be used as a spear by others. However, this matter was closely related to him, so he had no choice but to risk it all. How dare you? Heavenly Sovereign Nan seemed to be enraged by Pan Tian Venerate. His body gave off a terrifying fiery glow as he took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived before Pan Tian Venerate and slashed down with the saber in his hand. Saber chi surged and divine light flickered. There was nothing more resplendent in this world. On the other hand, Pan Tian Tianzuan was not to be outdone. His body emitted a terrifying light as he fought against South Tianzuan. As the two celestial sovereigns exchanged blows, the entire world surged. Ordinary people were pressed to the ground, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Both of them consciously avoided the ordinary people below. Although they did not care about these people, they were still their subordinates and their strength. Naturally, they did not want to lose them in the aftermath of their battle for no reason. Having reached a tacit agreement, the two sides immediately charged into the boundless starry sky. Everyone opened their celestial eyes to see the scene of the battle. The two of them casually waved their hands, and countless planets exploded. The energy of the explosion was used by them to attack their opponents. They could even see the laws appear with their naked eyes, and then the laws were modified. All sorts of strange operation patterns of the laws appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Such a scene would only appear in a battle between Empyreans. If it were just a battle between Empyreans, no matter how large the scale, it would be impossible for the laws to change. This was only the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. No one could see the real core of the battle except for Yi Shiwen. Under the attack of South Tianzuan, Pan Tian Tianzuan could be said to be retreating step by step. If it were not for the protection of the Pan Tian Palace, he would have already been seriously injured. The strength of both sides was clear at a glance. Pan Tian Tianzuan's strength had not recovered and was far from his peak. On the other hand, South Tianzuan was one of the few super powerhouses in the world. He was extremely terrifying. The gap in strength was very obvious. Yi Shiwen was very clear about this. At this moment, he understood why the North, South, East, and West Tianzuan could suppress a region. Not all Tianzuan could rule a region. Among the many Tianzuan, the North, South, East, and West Tianzuan were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. The strength of one of them was enough to suppress the other Tianzuan under their rule, and they could even stop the invasion of foreign Tianzuan. Such strength would be very difficult to understand if one did not see it with their own eyes. At this time, the foreign life-form army was immediately destroyed by the army of the Fortune God dynasty after losing the leadership of Pan Tian Tianzuan. These elites of the Fortune Heavenly Palace, in addition to the army of the Fortune God dynasty that had rushed over from the city, beat the foreign life-form army that had suddenly invaded the city, and in one breath, they beat back the foreign life-form army. After losing the support of Pan Tian Tianzuan, the huge gap in strength between the two sides was suddenly revealed. Puchi, a huge foreign life form, was torn in half by the hands of a skinny old man from the Fortune God dynasty. It didn't even have time to scream before its soul was destroyed. This old man looked extremely old, but he was extremely terrifying. He could destroy these powerful foreign life forms with just a wave of his hand. And there were not just one or two old men like this. On the contrary, there were many of them. These old fellows who looked old and frail were more ferocious than the last. They could tear their Tao, tear god-kings, tear quasi-emperors, and even tear emperor-level life forms apart with their hands. After all, they were also emperor-level life forms. This was the true foundation of the Fortune God dynasty. Yi Shiwen followed such a frenzy and joined in the slaughter of the foreign life forms. He didn't reveal too much of his strength, but he still slaughtered the foreign life forms with astonishing efficiency. He chased the foreign life forms all the way to the city walls of the Fortune God capital, and then followed these foreign life forms out of the Fortune God capital. After leaving the Fortune God capital, Yi Shiwen was unstoppable. He easily penetrated the defense line of the foreign life form army, and no one could stop him. At this time, the battle between the two incomparably powerful existences in the boundless starry sky had finally come to an end. Pan Tian Tianzuan's entire defense system had collapsed. Even though he had reversed the laws in an attempt to protect himself, it was still useless. His entire arm had been chopped off by South Tianzuan's saber. Raging flames burned where the wound was. As long as these flames were still burning, it would be impossible for Pan Tian Tianzuan to regrow his arms. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of these flames. This was also a serious injury to a Tianzuan. Hurry up and get lost with your people. This arm will be the price for invading the Fortune God capital. South Tianzuan said coldly. He sheathed his saber and didn't pursue Pan Tian Tianzuan any further. Just as Pan Tian Tianzuan had said, South Tianzuan didn't dare to kill him because he represented all the emperor-level life forms in the world. Killing Pan Tian Tianzuan would be equivalent to shedding all pretense of cordiality with the other Tianzuan. Even the Fortune God dynasty wouldn't have the guts to do so now. However, even if he couldn't kill Huang Xiaolong, it didn't mean that Heavenly Venerate Nan would let him off easily. It was impossible for him to do so. An arm and a heavy injury were the price that Pan Tian Tianhuang had to pay for offending the Fortune God dynasty's dignity. Pan Tian Tianzuan naturally had to bear the consequences on behalf of the other Tianzuan. However, since he had shown himself, this was inevitable. South Tianzuan also knew that Pan Tian Tianzuan would gain a lot of benefits from this matter. It was enough to deceive hot-blooded youths with a few big words, but it was impossible to deceive a powerful old antique like Pan Tian Tianzuan, who had once ruled an entire domain. Hee, I will definitely repay you for what you did today in the future. Pan Tian Tianzuan sneered. Although this was the price that he had to pay, he wasn't someone who would resign himself to adversity. This was something that he had firmly engraved in his heart. Let's talk about it when that day comes. I didn't take you seriously in the past, let alone now. South Tianzuan's expression was still indifferent. He didn't take Pan Tian Tianzuan's threat to heart. This is no longer your era. After saying this, South Tianzuan turned around and directly returned to the Fortune God capital. Pan Tian Tianzuan only sneered and then disappeared into the starry sky. From the beginning to the end, the other Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables didn't show up. In contrast, the foreign Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables that had come with them also didn't show up. In the end, both sides didn't choose to shed all pretenses of cordiality, and a final battle didn't break out. With the Fortune God capital as their backing, the foreign Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables wouldn't be able to break into the Fortune God capital and defeat the Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables of the Fortune God dynasty. Although the Fortune God dynasty's Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables were powerful, they weren't willing to shed all pretenses of cordiality and go against the Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables behind Pan Tian Tianzuan. Even though the Fortune God capital had suffered great damage and directly damaged the Fortune God dynasty's dignity, it wasn't worth it to become a lone wolf. However, the common soldiers of the foreign Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables and the Fortune God dynasty finally breathed a sigh of relief. This nightmarish battle of corpses and seas of blood had finally ended. In this battle, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. It was unknown how many elites had died. Moreover, the battle had been inexplicable. It was a mission that the higher-ups had assigned to them, and they hadn't been mentally prepared for it at all. Therefore, when the battle was confirmed to be over, everyone stopped fighting at the same time and retreated separately, especially the foreign Tianzuan Heavenly Venerables army. They fled back to the transmission array to avoid being surrounded and destroyed by the Fortune God Dynasty's army. Chapter 3366. An earth-shattering war that had besieged the Fortune Divine Dynasty had ended anticlimactic. Most of the foreign creatures that had besieged the Fortune Divine Dynasty had retreated alive, and not all of them had perished. This was already out of everyone's expectations. Then, a great battle between Heavenly Venerables broke out. As the top experts, the battle between the two sides had directly destroyed a galaxy. In the end, Pan Tian was seriously injured, and one of his arms had been chopped off. Under normal circumstances, if they had attacked the Fortune Divine capital, the people would have been plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. Even Heavenly Venerables, falling would be child's play. However, in reality, that didn't happen at all. Everything came and went in a hurry, leaving many people confused and baffled. However, it was also a fact that the number of casualties had exceeded 1 million. These were not ordinary living beings, but Tao-confirming realm experts and above. As for ordinary living beings, there wasn't even a record of them. Moreover, this was only a short siege. At this time, some knowledgeable people finally understood why the Fortune Divine Dynasty had always exercised restraint even though there were many expeditions between the foreign worlds and the Fortune Divine Dynasty. That was because once a real battle broke out, the casualties would be disastrous. At that time, it wouldn't just be 1 million, but tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of top experts would fall. No one would be able to bear such a loss. After all, this wasn't the chaotic era of the ancient times. At that time, regardless of whether they could fight or not, they had to fight for their own survival. And now, the Fortune Divine Dynasty was in the center of the Fortune world. With a place to live, they naturally didn't have the thought of risking their lives like before. However, what made many knowledgeable people tremble with fear was that even though the foreign world's creatures had directly invaded the Fortune Divine capital, other than the direct subordinates of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, there was not a single reinforcement. This in itself was very strange. Given the distance between the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territories, it was normal for the main forces to arrive later. However, it was only a matter of minutes for the top experts to arrive. Not to mention, there were transmission arrays all over the Fortune Divine Dynasty. As long as one was willing to pay a certain price, the distance wasn't a problem. Without all the transmission arrays in the Fortune Divine Dynasty, even if the various Heavenly Venerables were omnipotent and powerful, it would be impossible for them to truly control this vast land. That was simply impossible. Many people didn't dare to think too deeply about what this meant. The Fortune Divine Dynasty ruled the world not only by its tyrannical strength, but also by the fact that the forces under its rule obeyed its orders. Even the powerful forces and super sects under the Fortune Divine Dynasty's rule had sent their disciples to serve in various departments and places. It could be said that they had completely integrated with the Fortune Divine Dynasty, helping each other and at the same time hindering each other at the same time. However, many people were well aware that these powerful forces, super sects, and other local tycoons were the Fortune Divine Dynasty's important helpers. On the other hand, if they betrayed the Fortune Divine Dynasty, chaos would descend upon them in an instant. In the current Fortune Divine Dynasty, human life was no different from grass. But once the world of chaos broke out, human life would be less than grass. It would only be a number on the casualty list, and there wouldn't even be a proper name. In the current Fortune Divine Dynasty, human life was nothing more than grass. But once the world of chaos broke out, human life was less than grass. It would only be a number on the casualty list, and there wouldn't even be a proper name. How terrifying was that? Many people tried their best to avoid it. Once it happened, the entire Fortune Divine dynasty would return to the chaotic scene of the fortune world many years ago. Every living being was in a precarious situation, and even the top 10 forces were on tenterhooks, as if they could be exterminated at any time. At that time, there were no rules. All the rules were summed up in one sentence. The one with the harder fist was the strongest, and the strong would eat everything. The Fortune Divine monarch's appearance swept away such a chaotic world and set the rules, giving the various forces the opportunity to reproduce and live. There was no need to tremble in fear, knowing that there would be no tomorrow. In many people's eyes, since the Fortune Divine dynasty had repelled the alien creature's army, the next step was to reorganize the Fortune Divine dynasty's internal affairs. This time, all the forces had collectively resisted the Fortune Divine capital's order and did not send any reinforcements. This was a clear indication of their attitude. According to the Fortune Divine dynasty's usual unyielding style, they would most likely uproot all of them. In the past, at the most serious time, the eradication of a single strong force was already an earth-shattering matter, resulting in countless casualties. The current top 10 forces did not exist since ancient times, especially during the early Fortune God Dynasty's era. There were many people who were dissatisfied with the current top 10 forces, and after the Fortune Heavenly Monarch's departure, many people were tempted to make a move. There was no lack of people from the top 10 forces and super sects facing these restless forces that obeyed orders. From that time onwards, the Fortune Divine dynasty had only one attitude, and that was to annihilate them. No matter how many people were involved or how powerful the forces were, all of them had to be annihilated. Since the establishment of the Fortune Divine dynasty, the so-called top 10 forces and super forces had changed wave after wave, and the only force that had not fallen was the Fortune Divine dynasty's central force. Precisely because of this, the Fortune Divine dynasty's rule was as stable as Mount Tai, because no one dared to oppose it, not to mention joining forces with the alien creatures to go against the central force. This was simply a capital offense. If it was during normal times, the Fortune Divine dynasty would annihilate a clan or a sect if it was involved. There was no room for negotiation, and there was no need to think too much. However, the current situation was incomprehensible because it was not just one sect or clan that was involved, but all the famous forces and super forces under the heavens had joined in. They did not know what was the reason behind this. They only saw the various forces' actions against the central force, and did not even send any experts or troops to deal with the situation. In other words, this time it was clear that they were going to go against the central force, and they weren't even afraid of the central force finding out. In other words, they wanted to let the Fortune Divine dynasty know their attitude. What was the point of threatening the central force? From the beginning to the end, there was something strange about this matter. From the Fortune Divine capital's sudden activation of the Fortune Chaos Origin Grand Array, to the foreign forces' surprise attack on the Fortune Divine capital, and then the various forces' resistance against the Fortune Divine dynasty's central force. They couldn't understand the situation at all. Could it be that chaos was really coming? Many people were afraid, but no one knew what the Fortune Divine dynasty would do. If it was just one sect or one race, or even the top 10 forces rebelling together, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat the Fortune Divine dynasty. Since ancient times, such a huge rebellion had occurred, but they were all suppressed by the Fortune Divine dynasty. In front of the Fortune Divine dynasty's foundation, only death awaited those who dared to resist. But now the whole world was silently confronting the central force. Would the Fortune Divine dynasty turn hostile and kill them? Many people were anxiously waiting for the news, afraid that they would accidentally hear the news of the Fortune Divine dynasty mobilizing troops to annihilate the various forces. While they were trembling with fear, the big shots who knew the reason for this matter were as clear as a mirror. This matter ended here. The Fortune Divine dynasty had compromised. If they hadn't compromised, it wouldn't have been just cutting off one of Pan Tian Tian's arms. but he would have been left there forever. At that time, it was possible that Heavenly Venerate Nan alone could suppress the Pantheon sovereign to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Not to mention that the other Heavenly Venerates were also present at the Fortune Divine Capital. If they really wanted to deal with him, the Pantheon sovereign wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Since Pantheon had retreated unscathed, it meant that the Fortune Divine dynasty had made a promise to the world's heavenly venerables and made a concession. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Seeing that the Fortune Divine dynasty had finally made a concession, the various forces and sects that had been secretly plotting this plan finally heaved a sigh of relief. How could they not be worried about going against the Fortune Divine dynasty? They were very strong, but it was also because of this that the Fortune Divine dynasty's terror was highlighted. Many of their clans and sects' disciples had joined the Fortune Divine dynasty, so they were well aware of the Fortune Divine dynasty's strength. The Fortune Divine dynasty was a colossal beast crawling in the fortune world. If the Fortune Divine dynasty refused to compromise, it would be the arrival of a super chaotic era. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat the Fortune Divine dynasty. If they weren't careful, they would be annihilated. If it wasn't for the fact that they were forced into a dead end and insisted on obtaining the key of good fortune, they wouldn't have taken this step. The future and destiny of their race were important, and so was their cultivation. The two were inseparable. If they really fought, they couldn't care about anything else. Fortunately, the Fortune Divine dynasty had made a concession this time. However, they were well aware that this matter had already made the Fortune Divine dynasty vigilant. Since these people could join forces to resist the Fortune Divine dynasty once, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't do it again. Although everyone knew that the possibility of it happening again was very small, because it was impossible to find another matter that could make so many heavenly venerables go crazy and join forces. But with the Fortune Divine dynasty's unyielding style, they would inevitably face suppression in the future. This was inevitable, but this was also the price they had to pay for this matter. Compared to the worst-case scenario of fighting, this was nothing. At most, they would have to lay low for countless years to ease the Fortune Divine dynasty's wariness. At this time in Xianyuan's dimensional space, Yi Shiwen, who was sitting and discussing Tao with Xianyuan, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This matter is finally over." After a while, Xianyuan seemed to have received the news and said, "This task is finally over." Chapter 3367. This task is finally over. Fortunately, you cooperated. Otherwise, things would have been even more troublesome. Xianyuan looked at Yi Shiwen and said, during his original rainy season, Yi Shiwen would not have given in so easily. There would have been another huge battle. However, he did not expect that Yi Shiwen would not have made a move, allowing him to complete this task very easily. Originally, Yi Shiwen was also a part of the plan. No one expected that he would become a celestial master at this time. The last person to become a celestial master was the sky-devouring Monster King. However, the sky-devouring Monster King had just become a celestial master and had not had time to integrate into their circle before he was killed by Yi Shiwen. An Emperor Lord had counterattacked and killed a celestial venerable. This had caused an uproar in the circle of celestial venerables. This was a huge taboo. The dignity of a celestial venerables couldn't be violated. No matter what camp they originally belonged to, they were all the same on this issue. Many people had the idea of teaching Yi Shiwen a lesson. However, they did not expect that Yi Shiwen had already entered the celestial master realm before they could make a move. Some top experts took advantage of this opportunity to attack Yi Shiwen. However, even if they attacked, there was still no way to stop him from becoming a celestial master. In the end, he still became a celestial master. Xianyuan looked at Yi Shiwen's eyes and could not help but sigh. He really did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky. He was said to be unlucky because he had offended all the celestial venerables when he was still a sovereign emperor. Although it wasn't an unforgettable hatred, He had offended all the sovereign emperors in the world in one go. That was really sad. Even if only a small portion of them wanted to deal with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to live. Just the heavenly tribulation of a celestial master was dangerous enough. If they could not kill him, how could they show off the means of the celestial masters? However, he was lucky because when he was crossing the heavenly tribulation, the divine capital of creation was besieged. Although it seemed to be a matter of a small corner of the world, in fact, it involved all the celestial masters in the world. Everyone was paying attention to the outcome of the battle, because if he was not careful and angered the fortune divine dynasty's several grand empyreans, then the result would be an earth-shattering scene. Who knew how many forces and sects would be uprooted? It could be said that the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Fortunately, they managed to avoid that kind of catastrophe in the end. However, they had also missed Yi Shiwen's heavenly master's tribulation. Yi Shiwen had been ambushed and killed by 3 heavenly masters at the last moment. However, it was already considered as a small number. He had offended all the heavenly masters in the world. In the end, only 3 heavenly masters had found an opportunity to attack him. This was already his fortune. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly venerables had besieged the fortune divine capital, those heavenly venerables would have attacked one after the other. They might even have resorted to some forbidden methods. Yi Shiwen would die no matter how strong he was at that time. He was just an emperor lord no matter how strong he was. There was still a huge gap between him and those celestial masters who were unimaginably powerful. Yi Shiwen took a sip of wine and didn't speak. Ever since he had entered the heavenly master realm, he had understood many things. Especially after the conversation with Xian Yuan, he had learned a lot of common knowledge about heavenly masters. Like the sovereign emperor realm, the heavenly venerate realm was also divided into 9 realms, and he was currently at the peak of the first realm. Ordinary heavenly masters who had just entered this realm were far less powerful than Yi Shiwen. It could be said that if they had completed the tribulation at the same time, Yi Shiwen's strength would have been enough to easily kill the heaven-devouring Demon King. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was huge. Given Yi Shiwen's strength, he was invincible even in the first realm. He had made preparations for the tribulation and accumulated skills. After the tribulation, they had completely transformed into his foundation. However, even so, he was still at the bottom of the heavenly venerables. Hence, he didn't force himself to break free and compete with Xian Yuan. Even he couldn't see through Xian Yuan's strength. He only felt that it was unfathomable. It wasn't a situation where he had to fight with his life on the line. Naturally, he wouldn't force himself to fight because there was no need at all. It's only the first realm. There's still a long way to go. Not to mention, there's still the legendary fate creation heaven lord. What realm is he at, and how strong is he? Yi Shiwen's heart was also filled with endless curiosity. The closer he got, the more he could feel the dreadfulness of the legendary Lord of Good Fortune. Not to mention anything else, he still hadn't figured out many mysteries of the Good Fortune universe palm. In other words, he still couldn't display it with his current cultivation. It's convenient for others and convenient for ourselves. Yi Shiwen finally opened his mouth and said slowly, "Good, well said. It's convenient for others and convenient for ourselves. However, those people from the Fortune God dynasty have obviously lost their minds. It's not that they don't understand this principle, but that they've lost their minds. Do they think they're the fate creation heaven lord?" Xian Yuan said with a smile, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If there's anything in the future, feel free to look for me. However, I might not be able to find you. I've been traveling the world all these years and have no fixed residence. The next time we meet, it'll be fate if something big happens. Taoist Xian Yuan, please wait. There's a question I've always wanted to ask." Yi Shiwen suddenly stopped Xian Yuan and said, "What's the matter? Just say it. If I can do it, I won't refuse." Xian Yuan said, "I want to ask Xian Yuan about a person. Does Daoist Xian Yuan know about divine Lord Skyfire? Yi Shiwen asked. His current understanding of the heavenly lords could be said to be almost blind. He only knew the names of the East, South, West, and West heavenly lords, as well as the space-time heavenly lord. However, apart from these names, he actually knew too little. There were very few records of the human race in this regard. Firstly, the history of the human race was still shallow. Secondly, the human race had always been a second-rate race and had never reached such heights. Therefore, many things were not even qualified to be heard of. Divine Lord Skyfire had always been a thorn in his heart, especially during the Tribulation Transcendence, when he suddenly jumped out of his body. In any case, he was indeed a powerful opponent. Even though he had now entered the Heavenly Lord realm, he still did not dare to take Divine Lord Skyfire lightly. Moreover, he did not even know the specific details of Divine Lord Skyfire. What qualifications did he have to take him lightly? Him? Why? Is there any grudge between the two of you? Xian Yuan could not help but ask. Yi Shiwen took a sip of aged wine and said, He wants me to surrender and be his slave. Do you think this counts as a grudge? Well then, I don't care about the grudge between the two of you. Xian Yuan could not help but curl his lips. As a heavenly lord, he naturally knew what kind of grudge this was. Heavenly lords were the rulers of the world. Even if there was a gap in cultivation, their statuses were equal. Now that Divine Lord Skyfire wanted Yi Shiwen to be his slave, there was nothing more to say. They would fight to the death. However, I can tell you that you can't beat him. Although he is not at his peak now, you definitely can't beat him. Xian Yuan's expression was rare. He is in the heaven-breaching fortress. When he comes out of the heaven-breaching fortress, he will come to trouble you. Although Xian Yuan did not know what the grudge between the two was, he also knew that if Yi Shiwen was still an emperor, there was still room for reconciliation between the two. If there were other heavenly lords involved, they could let go of this grudge and protect Yi Shiwen. Then this matter could be resolved. However, Yi Shiwen had now entered the Heavenly Lord realm. Divine Lord Skyfire's request was a humiliation to his soul. It would inevitably end in a fight to the death. Yi Shiwen was actively preparing to kill Divine Lord Skyfire. Even if Divine Lord Skyfire did not know about it, he would definitely have the idea of eliminating the root of the problem. When he came out of the heaven-breaching fortress, it would be a huge battle between the two sides. Others could not interfere in the grudge between the two heavenly lords. They could not afford to interfere in this grudge. At that time, only fate could decide their life and death. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Yi Shiwen was definitely not a match for Venerable Skyfire. Even if he had created one miracle after another, in the face of such an old monster that had existed for countless years, no matter how many miracles he had created, they would all be erased in the face of time and disappear completely. Heaven-breaching fortress? What heaven-breaching fortress? Yi Shiwen was expressionless. With his shrewdness, naturally, he would not casually show his thoughts on his face. Moreover, this was also within his expectations, so it was not the worst-case scenario. Didn't I mention before that because of the loss of the Fate Key, we can no longer receive the support of the Fate Chi? Everyone has been swept down by a heaven lock, swept to below the fourth realm. As long as they are still in the Fate realm, no matter what cultivation they have, they will be the same. Xian Yuan said, and to break through to the fourth realm, this is called the heaven-breaching fortress. Those who you have seen trapped in the path of fate, or those who tried to reforge the Fate Key, in the end, they all wanted to break through the heaven-breaching fortress and return to the cultivation above the fourth realm. It's just that some succeeded and some failed. Xian Yuan said slowly. So, someone has succeeded in breaking through the heaven-breaching fortress? Yi Shiwen said calmly, although he hoped that no one could break through the heaven-breaching fortress, because that would be the most advantageous for a latecomer like him. Compared to these terrifying heavenly lords, what he lacked the most was time. If he was given another 1,000,000 years, so that he could stand on the same starting line as those heavenly lords, he would have nothing to fear. However, the heavens would not always be so perfect, and there were not so many things in the world that went smoothly. He had already guessed that someone had already broken through the heaven-breaching fortress, and even without the help of the fate key, he had broken through the heaven-breaching fortress. Chapter 3368. In the myriad worlds, there were also restrictions. For countless years, apart from a few people who became emperors by relying on the opportunities left by Emperor Hunyuan, no one could break the seal and become emperors. However, there were always exceptions. Now that Emperor Qin had broken the restriction, he forcefully tore through the seal and achieved Tao. Even in the myriad of worlds, there were people who could do it, not to mention in the fortune realm. Furthermore, according to Xian Yuan, the heaven-breaching pass was just breaking through a layer of seal and reaching the level that he had once reached. No matter how difficult it would not be harder than achieving Tao under the seal. Xian Yuan said, "Of course. Many years have passed since the Heaven Gate tribulation. It is not surprising that someone has broken the Heaven Gate. After all, it did not start from scratch. It seems that Taoist Xian Yuan has already broken the Heaven Gate long ago." Yi Shiwen said. Although it was a question, his tone was extremely certain. Otherwise, with Xian Yuan's strength, he would not have felt so unfathomable. Xian Yuan looked at Yi Shiwen with a faint smile on his face, and then said, "It doesn't matter whether they break through or not, because the Fortune God dynasty has already compromised. Next, the Good Fortune Key will appear, and there will no longer be a shortage of Good Fortune Qi. At that time, there will be a large-scale breakthrough tide. Those people have been holding back for a long time, especially those from the Fortune God dynasty. Once they break through, this world will once again be filled with carnage." He did not answer directly, but Yi Shiwen already understood what he meant. Xian Yuan had probably broken the Heaven Gate, and should have done so long ago. What he said was also a heavy pressure for Yi Shiwen. He was only at the first realm. Even the heavenly masters who had been swept away were at the peak of the third realm. Once they broke the Heaven Gate, they would quickly enter the fourth realm and the fifth realm. The foundation that they had accumulated for a long time could be completely unleashed in the shortest time possible. For them, this was the most disadvantageous situation for Yi Shiwen. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. However, he had no other choice. Fortunately, after his incarnation returned, he could rely on the creation Xian pills to completely enter the second realm and quickly reach the peak of the second realm. Moreover, his incarnation could also attempt to transcend the tribulation, which meant that he would have another helper and a backup plan. Although Xian Yuan didn't answer him directly, he still gave Yi Shiwen an important piece of information. Divine fire was in the heaven-breaching pass. In other words, he was still at the peak of the third realm. This gave Yi Shiwen enough information. Regarding divine, venerate, skyfire strength, he was no longer completely clueless. However, the worry in his heart didn't lessen. Instead, it increased. Originally, no one knew whether Hierarch Skyfire could break through the Heaven Gate. Although, according to Xian Yuan, some people should have already broken through the Heaven Gate, but it shouldn't be that easy. Otherwise, why would they use the Fortune Key? Not to mention, because of this matter, they almost caused both sides to suffer heavy losses. However, with the Creation Key, it wouldn't be easy to break through the Heaven Gate. Compared to before, when the chances were small, the chances were much higher now. However, there wasn't much time left for him. He didn't even know if he would hear the news that Hierarch Skyfire had entered the fourth realm and broken through the Sky Gate the next day. The only good news was that he had already entered the Heavenly Venerate realm and was no longer as powerless as he had been in the past. Back then, just a little bit of divine Venerate Skyfire's spirit had forced him to wholeheartedly resist and forcibly suppress it. Anyway, with your current strength, you shouldn't be a match for divine Venerate Skyfire. It's best to avoid him. Consider this as giving me face by not fighting him. Let me give you a piece of advice. At this time, Xian Yuan finally sighed and said, "Your talent is indeed outstanding among the people I have seen. You have also repeatedly created miracles. No one knows how far you can develop in the future. It would be a pity if such a fun person like you died too early. Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Then I will leave. See you again if fate allows it." Xian Yuan said and disappeared into the void. The space he had used to seal Yi Shiwen also disappeared without a trace. Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. He felt as if his whole body was full of strength. Everything was different now that he had entered the heavenly master realm. He didn't have to worry about many things, but he couldn't be truly unscrupulous either. There were too many existences in this world that he couldn't afford to offend. Xian Yuan had blocked him, although he couldn't move. On the other hand, it had also provided him with an excellent excuse. When the time came, even if the fortune god dynasty blamed him, he would have enough reason to do so. At his level, as long as he had this reason, it was enough. With this thought in mind, he took a big stride forward and flew in the direction of the human race's holy land, Mount Buzhou. Although they had experienced the invasion of foreign creatures, the foreign army didn't attack each place one by one. Instead, they were directly transported to the fortune god's capital. Therefore, although the eastern region was the first line of defense, it wasn't affected at all. Many people in remote places didn't even know what had happened. They could only find out what had happened in the fortune god dynasty through legends. The consequences this time were very serious. The aftermath was still shaking. Many people didn't expect that such an unforeseen event would happen in their lifetime. While the various forces breathed a sigh of relief, they were also secretly mobilizing their forces to guard against the fortune god dynasty's sudden attack. This was not impossible. Moreover, with the fortune god dynasty's strength, if they gathered all of their forces, they could easily annihilate one or two superforces, or even the top 10 forces. It was precisely because of this terrifying strength that everyone had no choice but to secretly join forces to resist the fortune god dynasty. On the surface, the entire fortune god dynasty gradually calmed down. However, the undercurrents surging in the dark were more intense than before. Everyone was waiting for this matter to pass. While the undercurrents were surging in the fortune god dynasty, there was another major event in the entire eastern region. That was the human race's supreme emperor, martial emperor, had stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, becoming a true revered martial artist. He had become another supreme overlord in the eastern region. Although many people had already expected it, they were still caught off guard when it really happened. Thinking about it, not many years ago, the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor had only just stepped into the heavenly exalted realm. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to establish another dynasty and allow the heaven-devouring monstrous clan to become the 11th strongest clan. Furthermore, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan possessed a sufficient foundation. Although they could only be considered to be at the bottom of the rankings, even after becoming the 11th strongest clan, it remained that they were a first-rate colossus in the world. Who would have thought that the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe wouldn't be happy for long before Yi Shiwen slapped them in the face? The supreme heavenly venerable that they were so proud of was actually killed by Yi Shiwen. This news still shook the eastern region. An emperor slaughtering a heavenly venerable was something that only existed in the imagination. It was impossible for such a thing to happen in reality. However, Yi Shiwen had actually accomplished such a thing. How could everyone not be astonished? However, before this matter was over, the divine capital of fortune was surrounded. This was something that happened in the end. For the eastern region, it didn't have much of an impact. In particular, colossus like the heavenly Taoism didn't take any action. Instead, they bided their time. Therefore, the forces that were affiliated with them didn't send any troops to help either. As a result, the entire eastern region was actually in a state of tranquility. At this time, when the news that Yi Shiwen had stepped into the heavenly venerable realm spread, It instantly set off a huge uproar, just like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen had simply become a legend, a miracle. In reality, he had killed the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor as an emperor, not to mention that he had directly stepped into the heavenly, venerable realm. In the eyes of those who were observant, this news only made them tremble with fear. In particular, many of them had watched Yi Shiwen grow up. A long time ago, with Yi Shiwen's strength, no matter how big of a commotion he had caused, it would be difficult for them to pay attention to him. But now, Yi Shiwen's every move was enough to make them tremble with fear. They had no choice but to take him seriously. This was the gap between them. In particular, they saw that Yi Shiwen had already become a heavenly venerable in a short period of time. Many people were even more frightened because these people had more or less offended the human clan or Yi Shiwen. Now they only felt that the sky had collapsed and the earth had collapsed. Everyone was talking about it. In particular, the human clan had already risen strongly. Originally, some people thought that he was not afraid of indigestion after swallowing the land of 7 prefectures in one go. Moreover, he had swallowed the original 4 prefectures by force. The human clan was not prepared at all. They didn't have any foundation, so it was impossible for them to defend it. This was also the general opinion of many people. Without exception, those who had more than 10 prefectures were existences at the level of the top 10 strongest clans or supersections. The human clan was far inferior in comparison. But now it was different. Yi Shiwen had stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. The human clan had become the 11th strongest clan, which was the most important guarantee. That was, there must be a heavenly venerable to oversee the situation. Once this condition was met, any accumulation of time and any foundation could be slowly increased. While everyone was talking about it, Yi Shiwen returned to Buzhou Sacred Mountain. The human clan had held a grand event. Invitations flew directly to large and small forces in the eastern region like snowflakes. Although the words were quite polite, everyone could smell that there was no room for doubt in it. Chapter 3369. In the East region, all the major forces and powerful clans had basically received this invitation. Even the Silver Moon clan, which was the only one of the 10 strongest clans in the East region, as well as the Sky Dao sect, which ruled the world, and even the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Manor had received such an invitation. Looking at this invitation, everyone knew that in this vast land of the Eastern domain, another extremely powerful figure was about to appear. He was also going to spread his influence throughout the entire Eastern domain. Unlike the heaven-devouring Demon King, Yi Shiwen's influence was stronger and more terrifying. Although the heaven-devouring Demon King was powerful, it had already been swallowed by the human race. The heaven-devouring Demon King was killed by Yi Shiwen, who was only a peak emperor lord at that time. The gap between them was not just a little. At this time, the human race naturally had some ulterior motives since they dared to hold such a grand celebration. However, no matter what, it had already come to this. Naturally, no one dared to disobey, let alone refuse to go. The clan leaders and elders of the major clans began to lead their teams to Buzhou Sacred Mountain. From the day Yi Shiwen attained Dao, Buzhou Sacred Mountain was not only a sacred mountain for the human race, but also a sacred place in the entire eastern region. Not only the leaders and clan leaders of the major clans who had received the invitation, but many people also went to visit the celestial master of their own accord. Not everyone could witness the birth of the celestial master in this life. For them it was too high and mighty, so they came to pay a pilgrimage. For a time, the attention of the entire eastern region was attracted here. The status and reputation of the human race had also risen. Some people had already publicly announced the title of the 11th strongest clan. As time passed, the title of the 11th strongest clan would become more and more real. Although many people came to pay a pilgrimage of their own accord, the human race still gave them a warm welcome. Since they had announced the title of the 11th strongest clan, they should have the breadth of mind and boldness of a strong clan. As for causing trouble, that was even less of a concern for them. What a joke! There would be many imperial emperors gathered on Buzhou's sacred mountain, not to mention the fact that there was a supreme celestial lord above all the imperial emperors, who would dare to act presumptuously in front of the celestial lord. Wouldn't that be seeking death? An Empyrean supreme and great reputation was not inherited, but had relied on one's own strength, one saber, and one spear to fight for it. If those people dared to cause trouble, they would be courting death. Therefore, the entire Buzhou sacred mountain was extremely busy. All kinds of people walked on the main roads of the mountain. In order to show their respect to the 5 supremes, those who came on a pilgrimage of their own accord walked up the mountain step by step. It was a good thing that those who came on a pilgrimage were all top-notch experts. Even if they had to walk up step by step, the sacred mountain of Buzhou, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, was not a problem for them. Ordinary people did not have the ability to make a pilgrimage. Traversing a large region was already a miracle for ordinary people. Apart from pilgrims from other clans, there were also pilgrims from the human race. They came from all over the 11 states. Ordinary people did not have such ability, but when they made a great vow to go to Buzhou's sacred mountain for once in their lifetime, they felt their bodies become much lighter. Their bodies were as light as swallows, and it was not difficult for them to travel thousands of miles in a day or 8,000 at night. Many people understood that it was Yi Shiwen who had helped them. Yi Shiwen had already found out when they made the great ambition, so he had sent down a miracle to help them. Otherwise, with the strength of their legs, they would never have been able to reach Buzhou's sacred mountain in this lifetime. Although the lifespan of the human race in the fortune realm was very long, and they could usually live for more than 100 years, and it was not strange for those who were successful in their cultivation to live for more than 1,000 years. Even so, they would never reach Buzhou's sacred mountain at their normal speed. Many people were even more grateful for this, and they bowed in the direction of Buzhou's sacred mountain. Some of the human race pilgrims who were closer had already arrived at the foot of Buzhou's sacred mountain. They walked up step by step. They came to make a pilgrimage not only because of Yi Shiwen's powerful strength, but also because of Yi Shiwen. During this period of time, the human race could only live in half a state and now ruled over 11 states. This was all because of Yi Shiwen's hard work. So how could they not be grateful? Finally, the day of the celebration arrived. Heroes from all sides gathered on Buzhou's sacred mountain, and there were already dozens of sovereign emperors. Almost all of them were representatives of powerful clans and sects in the vast eastern region. All the sovereign emperors, quasi-emperors, and divine kings gathered together and toasted one another. No matter what their true forms were, they all took human form. Otherwise, many of their true forms would have been comparable to those of the Buzhou sacred mountain, especially the dozens of powerful sovereign emperors. Except for the few sovereign emperors of the human race, almost all of them were 5th realm, 6th realm sovereign emperors and above. These people were not only the best among all living beings, but also the best among the sovereign emperors. They were the sect masters of various sects and the patriarchs of various powerful clans. As the current patriarch of the human race, the human emperor naturally had to come out and entertain them. At this moment, he was also beaming with joy. The human race and Yi Shiwen had long been bound together, and it could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. Yi Shiwen alone had achieved the Tao, and they could also rise to heaven and obtain great benefits. As soon as Yi Shiwen returned, he put many of the wealth he plundered in the fortune god dynasty into the human race's treasury. Many of these things were not useful to him, and Yi Shiwen did not care for them, but to the human emperor, Fengyi clan, and the others who had yet to cultivate to the high-level sovereign emperor realm, there were still many treasures that were very important to them, especially when Yi Shiwen kept 10 esoteric fortune pills. Other than the human emperor, Fengyi clan, and the others, he kept the rest as a reward for those who made great contributions to the human race. Although they could not be seen by others, They were very important to the human emperor and the others. As long as they could refine all the esoteric fortune pills, it would not be difficult for them to increase their cultivation by one realm in the future. This was also the main reason why they were in a good mood. Just one esoteric fortune pill had saved them at least hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation. The fortune god dynasty had piles and piles of esoteric fortune pills, which was why they could produce so many experts. He had checked. Just the resources and wealth that Yi Shiwen had left in the treasury were enough to increase the human race's strength by several times in a few tens of thousands of years. In his hands, the human race did not disappoint his master sway sovereign's expectations. Instead of declining, the human race had reached an unprecedented height. Not long after the celebration began, Yi Shiwen's figure appeared on the main seat. Greetings, martial supremacy. May martial supremacy live a long life. At this moment, everyone stood up and bowed. Even imperial emperors had to lower their proud heads in front of a heavenly venerate. Yi Shiwen was just a friend of theirs before this. However, he was no longer in existence on the same level as them now. Dispense with the formalities. Yi Shiwen said, "Thank you, martial supremacy," everyone said in unison. Yi Shiwen was wearing a navy blue robe that was loose and casual. There was a faint smile on his face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Many people looked up at Yi Shiwen from time to time, only to feel that he was unfathomable. Although he was right in front of them, if they closed their eyes, they would not be able to feel his existence at all. This meant that his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. Yi Shiwen looked below the stage. The Silver Moon clan and the Heavenly Tao sect had both sent people here. These were the two strongest forces in the East region. Apart from the Eastern Heavenly Lore Mansion, they were almost the local tyrants, especially the Heavenly Tao sect, who had sent people to kill him in the past. He had sent an invitation to the Heavenly Tao sect, which meant that he would no longer pursue the past matters. He had killed the imperial emperor of the Heavenly Tao sect, and similarly, the Heavenly Tao sect had also chased after him. Now both sides were written off. He didn't care about it, and he was fearless. However, it was not a good thing to face the Heavenly Tao sect every day for the sake of the human race. This time, the Heavenly Tao sect had also sent a great elder, a ninth realm imperial emperor, to participate in the celebration held by the human race. This was their response to Yi Shiwen. Both sides had reached a consensus. As Yi Shiwen had entered the Heavenly Venerate realm, it was really not worthwhile for both sides to be hostile to each other like before. The Silver Moon clan had also sent people here, which undoubtedly meant that they had truly acknowledged the status of Yi Shiwen and the human race. In particular, the human race had been called the 11th strongest race by many people. However, it was only a part of the population, and it was not recognized by the old powerful races. Now, they had sent people here, which meant that they had finally acknowledged the status of the human race, or in other words, they had acknowledged Yi Shiwen's strength. From now on, the human race could become the 4th strongest force in the Eastern region, second only to the Eastern Heavenly Lord Mansion, the Heavenly Tao sect, and the Silver Moon clan. This kind of recognition was very important for the human race. It could reduce a lot of obstacles in many matters and developments in the future. This was also the fundamental reason why Yi Shiwen had held this celebration in such a high-profile manner and finally sent the invitation. He wanted to forcefully force the two races to acknowledge the existence of the human race and to acknowledge the status of the human race. Although the human race's current strength was still a little lacking, and their foundation was also lacking a lot, it was enough for him to have such qualifications and such confidence. Now that everything was within his expectations, he nodded in satisfaction. In the following period of time, it was time for him to cultivate his internal strength. Whether it was him or the human race, they had to cultivate their internal strength in seclusion to prepare for the future. He had already felt that the following situation would not be peaceful as the Heavenly Venerates had broken through the heavenly barriers. Chapter 30, 370. The human race announced his rise to power to the entire eastern region during this celebration. Yi Shiwen also used this opportunity to announce the emergence of another unparalleled heavenly venerate. The entire eastern region's situation would also change because of Yi Shiwen's appearance. After experiencing the siege of the Fortune Divine capital by the foreign armies, the world seemed to have calmed down all of a sudden. Although all sorts of collisions and frictions were still going on, it was undoubtedly calm compared to the previous shock that had shocked the world. In addition, the Fortune realm had been in a turbulent process ever since the path of creation had opened. Now, it was finally time for the major forces to calm down and digest their previous gains in peace. In the Fortune Divine capital, the few rulers still hadn't come out of seclusion despite such a major event. They continued to refine the creation key. However, all the heavenly venerates' eyes were fixed on the creation key, waiting for it to come out. Time passed in such a peaceful situation. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 5,000 years was like a snap of a finger for a heavenly venerate. However, in the human world, it was the replacement of countless generations. Even the races with long lifespans had replaced several generations. The mighty siege of the Fortune Divine capital by the foreign armies had become a memory in the minds of the people with the passage of time. It had already become a myth. Over the past several thousand years, the various big powers had already digested a lot of the fruits of their victories. The human clan was no exception to this. The human clan's astonishing reproductive ability had played a huge role at this moment. In 5,000 years, the human clan had already spread throughout the 11 continents. The original heaven-devouring monstrous clan had already become a minority. The majority of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that had vowed to resist the rule of the human clan had already been eliminated in the past 5,000 years. The remaining ones could only hide in the mountains and forests. They were unable to pose any threat to the human clan. Generally speaking, the strength of the human race had made great progress in the past 5,000 years. Their territory had expanded a lot. In addition to the spoils that Yi Shiwen had brought back from the Fortune Divine capital, the human race's strength had increased more than tenfold in the past few millennia. They truly had the foundation and strength to become the 11th strongest race. The voices in the Eastern domain grew louder and louder. During these thousands of years, not only did the overall strength of the human race improve rapidly, but so did the few sovereign emperors. Ren Huang had reached the 5th realm, and Fengyi had reached the 6th realm, only one step away from the 7th realm. Apart from them, the human race finally gained another celestial venerable under the stimulation of large amounts of resources and luck. It was an old quasi-emperor who, after countless accumulations, finally stepped into the sovereign emperor realm and became another sovereign emperor of the human race, spreading out another branch of the human race. Yi Shiwen was also very supportive of this idea. The stronger the strength of the human race was, the more benefits it would bring him. It would also be an extremely powerful backing. After his tribulation, Yi Shiwen asked Bian Xiaoye to send a congratulatory gift, but he did not come out. Both his original body and incarnation were in closed-door training. His original body was still digesting the previous harvest, striving to step into the 2nd realm in one fell swoop. Although he knew that there was not much time, he also knew that it could not be rushed. He was like a high-rise building that had already reached the clouds. At this point, if he wanted to go further, he must lay a good foundation, and he had to lay a better foundation. Otherwise, with his young age, he might not even be able to defeat a celestial venerable of the same realm, not to mention dealing with divine skyfire. Fortunately, he had a lot of harvest in the battle of the Fortune Divine capital. These Xian creation pills could save him countless years of hard work, allowing him to catch up with those predecessors at an astonishing speed. And his incarnation was currently comprehending the Tao. No one could walk the same path, not even his incarnation. If he wanted to truly cultivate to the level of the second body, he must comprehend his own Tao. This process might take a long time. Many peak sovereign emperors could not comprehend the heavenly master great way in their lifetime and thus step into the heavenly master realm. Fortunately, with a lesson learned from Yi Shiwen's mistakes and the mysterious space in his body could also be used by his second body, this process could be greatly shortened. In 5,000 years besides him, Bian Xiaoya's progress was even faster. She had completely stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Yi Shiwen had already rewarded her with a Xian creation pill. It would not take long for her to step into the peak quasi-emperor realm, and she would not be afraid of attracting heaven's retribution. Under Yi Shiwen's guidance, although Bian Xiaoya's cultivation time was not very long, her foundation was very solid. Compared to many veteran quasi-emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, she was not inferior. In Yi Shiwen's opinion, according to Bian Xiaoya's cultivation speed, it would not take long for another emperor to appear in the human race. At the same time, she would also be the first empress born in the fortune realm. Although she would not be the first in the world, even if she was only the first in the human race of the fortune realm, it was extremely not easy. Yi Shiwen also valued this only disciple of his in the fortune realm more and more, and handed over many matters to her to handle, especially many matters of the divine court. Although he did not accept any more disciples, Bian Xiaoya accepted many registered disciples, and in addition, the most talented disciples of various tribes of the human race came to listen to Yi Shiwen's orders. The elite guards of the divine court were also quite large, and now all of them were under Bian Xiaoya's management. Fortunately, Bian Xiaoya had tempered herself over the years. Even if this master was a little irresponsible and became a shopkeeper who did not have to do anything, she still held on and handled everything in an orderly manner. Among the younger generation, Bian Xiaoya's reputation had also risen, not only in the human race, but also in the eastern region. In terms of strength, she was still not the best. After all, in terms of cultivation time, she was still too young, not even 10,000 years old. However, her status far surpassed other quasi-emperors of the same generation. Not anyone could become a disciple of a heavenly master. Although it was not rare to become a disciple of a heavenly master, and some heavenly masters accepted many disciples, 8 to 10 personal disciples and hundreds to 80 registered disciples. This in itself was not rare. But those heavenly masters all had tens of thousands of years of cultivation, and their disciples had either achieved the Tao or become emperors. Even if they did not achieve the Tao, they could not be considered to be in the same generation as her. Therefore, it could be said that among the current younger generation of martial artists, her status was the most precious. In addition, many people liked her very much and were willing to support her. Bian Xiaoya was not old, but her name had already shaken the entire eastern region and even had a great reputation in the entire fortune divine dynasty. After all, with her strength, if she was not in the human race or not in a colossus like the divine court, but in an ordinary sect, she could have become a grand elder or even a supreme leader. But because of the relationship between the human race and the divine court and even Yi Shiwen, she could only be considered as an expert of the younger generation. On this day, Bian Xiaoya had just finished dealing with the miscellaneous items in the divine court. As she walked through the divine court, the disciples who passed by saluted her, and she only nodded slightly. Thousands of years had passed, and Bian Xiaoya was almost 10,000 years old. She was no longer the impatient little girl who had never seen the world. Now, she had the dignity of a sect supreme. But with Yi Shiwen above her, there were many problems that she did not need to consider, and she still had the mentality of a little girl. Clear rules had long been established in the divine court, so there were many things that she did not need to deal with personally. She only needed to deal with some important matters from time to time. She had also learned to let go and become a true leader, now that her master was in closed-door cultivation all year round. She had just come out from it and was considering whether she should go out for a walk, travel around the eastern region, read 10,000 books, and travel 10,000 miles. This was what Yi Shiwen had always told her. She could not be a flower in a greenhouse. Suddenly, at this time, a majestic aura suddenly spread out from the depths of the divine court. Although it was only for a moment, Bian Xiaoya already sensed that it was her master, the human race's supreme, heavenly master, revered marshal. Sure enough, in the next second, there was a flash in front of her, and a figure appeared in front of her. It was her master, revered marshal Yi Shiwen. However, she instinctively felt that the Yi Shiwen in front of her was a little different. Although she could not tell what was different, she felt that it was a little different, and the temperament was a little different. If her original impression of her master was like a majestic sea, vast and endless, then the master in front of her was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and invincible. She could still distinguish this kind of feeling. It was just that that kind of feeling was familiar and a little different, so she was not sure, but she thought that it should be her feeling wrong. After all, the other party was indeed her master, and he flew out from the depths of the divine court. If it was a fake, her master would have killed him long ago, and it was impossible for him to survive. Disciple greets master, master, may you live forever. Bian Xiaoya quickly said with a big salute. In the distance, the guards of the divine court had already knelt down on one knee in excitement. Many of them had heard many legends about this master since they were young, or even since they were born. Among the many human clans, it was naturally a great honor to be selected to be a member of the divine court. The others were all looking at Ji Hao with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and all of this was because of the man in front of them. Chapter 3371. Get up, all of you. Yi Shiwen slowly opened his mouth and said. His words seemed to have a mysterious magic power. Everyone couldn't help but stand up after he finished speaking. It wasn't magic power, nor was it magical power. It was just that, although his words were gentle, there was an unquestionable majesty in them. Many elite guards showed a bit of excitement on their faces. Yi Shiwen had been in closed-door training for a long time. Many of the previous generations of guards had not actually seen Yi Shiwen in person. In their view, this itself was a kind of supreme glory. How could they not be excited? Just today's experience was enough for them to brag to their descendants for a lifetime. Congratulations on coming out of closed-door training, master. Bian Xiaoya said after getting up. A pair of beautiful eyes fell on Yi Shiwen. She only felt that although her skills had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past thousands of years, and she had even stepped into the quasi-emperor realm in one go, she still felt unfathomable when facing her master. But after thinking about it, she felt relieved. There was nothing strange about it in the whole world. Only the founders of those super sects and super powerful clans could be comparable to her master, who had already stepped into the heavenly master realm. There were not many people in total. Her master was already standing among the small group of rulers in the world. It's good that you are not in closed-door training at this time. It's also fate. I'm going to cross the tribulation. Come with me. It will be very beneficial for you to watch the tribulation. After Yi Shiwen finished speaking, before Bian Xiaoya could figure out why her master, who had just crossed the tribulation thousands of years ago, was going to cross the tribulation again, her figure flashed, and she had already appeared in the endless galaxy of the heavens beyond the heavens. Even an imperial emperor would not be able to achieve such godly speed, let alone a quasi-emperor like her. If she were to fly on her own, she might not even be able to reach the boundless galaxy from Buzhou's sacred mountain even after flying for a month. The sky of the fortune realm was far higher than the sky of the heavens in the myriad heavens. It was difficult for even quasi-emperors to fly there. If one wanted to cross the galaxy, it would take an unknown amount of time. Only an emperor could cross it, and only a heavenly master could cross it instantly. Time robe, come. Yi Shiwen stood in the starry sky and waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, a streamer of light broke through the space and turned into a colorful robe. Then it thoroughly integrated into Bian Xiaoya's body. Bian Xiaoya was somewhat puzzled. She naturally recognized the time magic robe. It had already become Yi Shiwen's signature piece of equipment. However, at this moment, the time robe was not worn by him, but by her. Just what in the world was she trying to do? However, before she could recover from her shock, she immediately sensed a strand of heavenly might that covered the heavens, and the earth pressed down upon her. This strand of heavenly might even caused her to feel suffocated. After all, with her current cultivation, she could already be considered as a top figure amongst countless living beings. As far as she was concerned, even overcoming the imperial monarch tribulation wouldn't be to the extent of making her feel suffocated. Moreover, he still had the protection of the time robe. In just a short while, the Milky Way was already densely covered with all kinds of tribulation clouds, all of which had gathered together. Master is going through the heavenly tribulation. Bian Xiaoye couldn't understand why this was happening, but she finally understood at this moment that Yi Shiwen was going through the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, she finally understood why she felt suffocated. With Yi Shiwen's strength, his heavenly tribulation would naturally be 100 times more terrifying than her imperial monarch tribulation. In the face of such a heavenly tribulation, her first reaction was to escape. However, she immediately reacted. Since Master asked her to come, there must be a reason. Moreover, she was wearing the time magic robe, so the heavenly tribulation shouldn't be able to penetrate the time magic robe. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have asked her to observe the heavenly tribulation at such a close distance. However, at the same time, she also began to get excited. Not everyone had such an opportunity to observe a heavenly master's heavenly tribulation at such a close distance. At this moment, she also understood what Yi Shiwen meant when he said that this was also an opportunity for her. This was indeed an opportunity. Observing the entire heavenly tribulation was equivalent to at least tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Even with the comprehension of this time's heavenly tribulation, coupled with the cultivation power of the mysterious creation pill, she would be able to attempt to reach the peak of the quasi-emperor realm in a short time. Looking at Yi Shiwen again, he didn't raise any defensive means, as if he was planning to resist it head-on. Without waiting for her to think too much, lightning fell like a lightning rain, instantly turning the area within a radius of thousands of miles into a huge sea of lightning. Almost in an instant, the flashing lightning covered everything, almost as if it was destroying the world. Bian Xiaoye felt that any one of these lightning could strike her to death at any time. Even though she was already mentally prepared when the heavenly tribulation fell, she still felt so scared that she almost fainted. Fortunately, the time robe on her body supported a time domain in time. When the lightning fell into the time domain, it was all digested, unable to approach or destroy it. She looked at the lightning in the distance. It was simply terrifying. She had received guidance from Yi Shiwen. So naturally, many of the methods of heavenly tribulation were similar to Yi Shiwen's. She preferred to use the heavenly tribulation to cleanse her body, cleanse her muscles and marrow, so that her physical cultivation could be improved to a higher level. Although Bian Xiaoye looked weak on the outside, her great Azura physique had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. Within the same realm, it was almost impossible to meet a worthy opponent. However, looking at the sea of heavenly tribulation in front of her, she didn't dare to have such thoughts. If she really had such thoughts, it would undoubtedly be really courting death. Using her physical body to resist such a heavenly tribulation was not cleansing her muscles and marrow, but courting death. Moreover, this was just the aftermath. The real main force of the heavenly tribulation was rushing in Yi Shiwen's direction, and she was only at the edge of the corner, but she could already feel the terrifying scene, as if the world was destroyed. Fortunately, she had the protection of the time robe, and the heavenly tribulation didn't seem to care about such a small thing appearing here. In the heavenly tribulation of this level, Bian Xiaoye couldn't affect anything at all, and could only watch from afar. Therefore, Bian Xiaoye simply didn't care, and directly sat down cross-legged, then began to open her heavenly eye and began to observe. Because of the appearance of the heavenly tribulation, all the laws that were rarely seen on ordinary days had all emerged, operating in various mysterious ways. Usually, she wouldn't have the opportunity to see the operation of such laws, and the power of the laws had almost been operated to the extreme. Although most of it was very unfamiliar to her, and she couldn't understand it at all, even if she could only understand 1,000th of it, it would still be of great benefit to her now. While desperately absorbing the information about the operation of the laws in the heavenly tribulation, she also kept the mysterious creation pill in her mouth, constantly absorbing the pill chi within, turning it into surging power and complementing the comprehension of the huge amount of information. Not long after, she felt that her strength had directly increased by a level, and she was one step closer to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. She had a hunch that as long as she completely watched the heavenly tribulation, breaking through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor was probably only a matter of time. For her now, she could really consider breaking through to the Emperor realm. And at this moment, and in the middle of the heavenly tribulation, an iron sword had appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand out of nowhere. It was just an ordinary iron sword that could be forged by a blacksmith in a roadside blacksmith shop. But it was such an iron sword that he wanted to use to resist this heavenly tribulation. The lightning of the heavenly tribulation fell on his body, causing his body to emit green smoke. This was his second heavenly master tribulation, although it was his original body previously, and this was only his second incarnation now. It was still considered a piece of cake for him. This was Yi Shiwen's second incarnation. After thousands of years of seclusion, he had finally found his own path and entered the path of the sword, becoming a super terrifying sword emperor. In just a few thousand years, his sword Dao cultivation had directly rushed to the peak of the emperor realm. Of course, this had to do with his original body. Although his original body didn't mainly cultivate the sword Dao, his sword Dao cultivation was enough to make many sword emperors, and sword monarchs feel ashamed, as they couldn't be compared at all. And now, he planned to use the sword Dao to break through the heavenly tribulation, and finally become a sword venerable. Compared to when his original body was crossing the heavenly tribulation, he had a much greater advantage now. Although he was walking a completely different path from his original body and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath, his original body's understanding of the heavenly master realm was still extremely precious to him. Therefore, he could use some techniques that were far beyond the peak of the emperor realm. He didn't need any tools to protect himself at all. He dared to compete with heaven and earth with just an iron sword. This was the sword Dao. There was no retreat, and there was an invincible sword Dao. This was also why Bian Xiaoye felt that the second incarnation was more outstanding than the original body. He had just obtained the sword Dao, so it was inevitable that he couldn't control it. When he had just obtained the sword Dao, it wasn't just to this extent. It was like a sword had transformed into a human form, which was completely different from the original body. Although the original body had learned many martial arts, its core was martial arts. It used itself as the core to control many martial arts, which was a kind of miscellaneous path. However, this second incarnation was purely sword Dao. It used its body to serve the sword, was sincere to the sword, and was sincere to the Dao. It only combined itself with the sword. This was the path of the second incarnation. This was completely different. All of his cultivation was concentrated in sword Dao, so he didn't need other help, not even defensive tools. With a sword in hand, he had the world, and with the iron sword in his arms, he was invincible. In this endless lightning tribulation, his sword Dao was pushed to the extreme, and it was unknown how many lightning tribulations were slashed by the iron sword.